It's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch.
Hey y'all, welcome and happy Monday. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. So we basically talk about all things going on in pop culture and hot topics and things of that nature. So if that is a show for you, definitely stick around because we got a lot of tea to spill on this Monday afternoon. Including we got to talk about sad news. Clive Davis passed away this morning at the age of 94. We got to talk about, I guess, the universe didn't learn a lesson because after the flopation that was Masters of the Universe, we have a Thundercats movie in the works at Warner Brothers. We'll get into that. Plus, I guess we can give a huge congratulations to Olivia Rodrigo, who got her third #1 album with You Seem Pretty Sad for a Girl So in Love. That's a long ass damn title. Bebe Rexha, speaking of Olivia Rodrigo, is shutting down those comparisons between the two because people out here saying, oh, she outsold her. We'll get into that. Plus, Carly Rae Jepsen announced she has a double album coming out in September. Charli XCX is clarifying the whole dance floor is dead lyric and the backlash she received from it, and talking about she was undergoing mental health and all kinds of other stuff. So we'll get into that story. Because, Madonna did clap back at something, whatever, what Charli said regarding that. And speaking of Madonna, her interview dropped today along with some photos. We'll get into it. We'll get into why she revealed her biopic collapse. It's pretty much a hint. I've told y'all why the biopic collapsed. She's confirming it. And she gets into the whole thing regarding the creation of Confessions 2 and a lot of stuff that was going on and what transpired the record and behind the scenes. We're going to break down that interview because we're going to get to the juicy stuff. And plus, we'll go through the whole collage of photos that she took for the magazine, for the interview as well. And also, we got to get into SZA calling out musicians who support AI music because Diplo came out and recently showed his entire ass in regards to that. And she throwing a little shade in his direction. So, or just anybody that does that type of music. So we'll get into that story. We also got to talk about ABC enlisting viewers in this free speech fight against the FCC because, The View, the FCC are kind of going at it at this point. Jimmy Kimmel, and speaking of Trump, because this is all Trumpism BS, he wound up thinking like he taking 2 months off and he got Trump's nemesis to co-host his show while he's off. Plus, we got some tea on Liam Payne's son and how much he will inherit from his late father because he made his son the sole beneficiary. So Bear got some coins he gonna be rolling up in once he gets of age and is able to touch it. Speaking of babies, Britney Spears told me she want to have another one. We'll get into that one. Tyler Perry is caught up in this homosexual lawsuit where he was accused of diddling with the menses without their permission. And they said that in this whole deposition, in this lawsuit, he don't want to discuss his sexuality. We'll definitely get into that. And also, Pornhub, our favorite people, is revealing the steamy stats for Pride Month and what the homosexuals are searching for online. And we got to get into this controversial song that rapper YG put out. It's called Tiffany, and it sparked a lot of backlash because people are saying it's transphobic. We'll get into that. Plus, I have a clip of Hope Giselle talking about it. T.S. Madison commented. So I want to definitely break that story down when we get around to that. So before we get to those topics, if you could please do me a solid and hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, smash the notification bell, hype it, do all the things. Hold on, because I just realized I didn't tag people in this episode. I just hit the, I don't know, something's going on with Facebook. Like my main page, for some reason, it's not acknowledging, all the people that I normally hit up with stuff. Like, I mean, I can't for some reason connect my Facebook page to what is all of this that's going on right now. I don't care about all of that. I don't know, something's going on. Whatever. I'm just going to leave it. It is what it is. But I don't know. Facebook's been acting up. Like I've been trying to connect my channel to my main page and it just has not been letting me do it. And that's why sometimes I'll be late for the show because I'm like connecting. It's like, it's an error. It's this, it's that. And I'm like hitting it 12, 13 times. I'm like, okay, if I do this shit one more time, I'm getting rid of it. So I took it off. You can watch it on my alternate page that I have. and also on the YouTube channel, and then as well as on my Twitch, because I'm streaming live from there as well. Oh, also I forgot to mention I have a Patreon. In case y'all ain't know that, you can click on and sign up. Well, add yourself to it, follow it over on the Patreon. It's in the description box. I already posted my first video. It is a reaction to the Madonna Confessions 2 music video film that she premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival earlier this month. I did a reaction video to that. Y'all could drop a comment. I saw a couple of likes on it, whatever. So far, I'm going to try to work on putting more stuff up there on that channel, because if I know it's a lot between me working my regular job and stuff, and then on top of that, providing content whenever I'm not busy on my days off for YouTube, and then trying to create content over there on Patreon. I'm trying to get to a place where I don't want to burn myself out, because that is, fatigue is real. Podcast fatigue can be real, like in regards to us. I know some people feel like they could be what's the word, overexposed to certain people, whatever, but I don't want to overexert myself. So I'm trying to find the balance of trying to do all of that. That's why I've hesitated for a while to even create a Patreon, but that's for when I can't post certain things on YouTube, because I did try to upload, and I'm glad I did it the way I did it. I was trying to upload the thing on the YouTube, and they already immediately flagged it, and I didn't, and I could see the video up there, and it was blocked in certain countries. It seemed like it was blocked everywhere, because I ain't see nobody look at it. And I put it up for 24 hours, so I'm like, nobody can see this. What's the point of me keeping it up? So I deleted it. But anyway, let me hi. I know she got new music out. I know she has a new song. I'm wondering, when is Alaska dropping her new album? Let me hit that before I forget. I celebrated my 30th days ago, and I missed the last stream. Oh, you ate Megan McCain up. I wish I could have been there to shade her. Yeah, I did not expect that video to be almost an hour long. Like, when I was putting it together and I was like, okay, I want to put this out, I'm like, damn, this video went on for an hour. Because it's like, some people be trying to cut it down. Like, oh, I'm gonna make it 30 minutes. I'm like, look, I'm gonna come up in here, I'm gonna play y'all stuff. We gonna comment on stuff as it's going on, and I'm gonna add little extra stuff to it that other people aren't going to add to the situation. So it turned out the video was an hour long. I was like, yeah, I can't stand up Megan McCain. I used to like her back in the day too, but then she started showing her entire ass, and I had to go in and let have. The Albanian protests led to the Kushners being arrested and their buildings destroyed, and Donald Trump is charged with being Ivanka's father, as her birth is now a crime. Wait, when did all of this happen? Where the hell have I been? Well, hopefully. Well, you better hope he don't create that bunker underneath the White House, so that way he don't leave. Oh, look at you reminding me, Ray. Don't forget the live chat preview, yeah, because I'll be forgetting. Can we praise Halsey for Mortal Kombat? Look, fans know just be opening himself up for people to just cuss his ass out. I am gonna go see it. I always get my tickets at the last minute because I always want to do early morning shows. I don't like doing it later in the day, because I have a system. It's like, I go to the movies first, then I go to the gym, then I go to work. So yeah, I am gonna go see Supergirl. I almost forgot I was out this week, but yeah, I'm gonna go check it out, because we got the original Rhaenyra Targaryen is playing Supergirl, because I did watch Game of Thrones last night, and I was pissed because y'all was like, oh, in the first episode we already killing off main character. Like, what are y'all doing? But it was a good episode though. Since there's no Rukin. Did you see the most recent episode? I did. I can't remember the last time I was captivated. Yeah, child, let me tell you, Kennedy Davenport ate that lip sync up. It was Kennedy versus Hershey LaCourgette. And right, it was one of them girls. Who was it? Wait, wasn't it her? Why am I forgetting name? I'm thinking of the other Hershey chick. But anyway, so I have to say, like, yes, one of the things I love about Kennedy Davenport is such an icon. She's someone who really understands and embodies the true art of drag. And seeing her perform is always like an awesome thing. I was kind of upset because I thought that Joey J ate that rap roast. I thought her rap roast was hilarious. She went out, came out the gate first. She had the judges laughing, and I thought it was just thoroughly entertaining. And can I just tell you, I want to eat up Brian Tyree Henry. That is a sexy ass man. The way he was carrying in that episode, I was like, ooh, I want him to be my Harvey Dent. But yeah, I love seeing Brian Tyree Henry on the show. Then we had Jamal Sims and of course Rue Michelle. I was looking for the looks. And yeah, that lip sync was great. I want them to do more lip syncs like that instead of these typical pop girly things. Like that was like the best, most captivating lip sync since okay, it was Hershey. That's why I'm like, why am I why am I mean sometimes I miss what's the word? Second guess myself with names. But yeah, Hershey was cute, but she was no match for Kennedy. Kennedy is someone who's been doing drag for a long time, and you already know, like, she truly understands the art of drag, embodying character, the art of performance, really just like getting in the pocket of it. Someone who takes what she does she takes what she does seriously, and that's what I love about Kennedy. So I'm really, I mean. There's so many girls I want to see make it to this the final. I definitely want to see Kennedy make it. But yeah, we need that. I feel like that was the best lip sync I saw since what was the one? The one with Monet Exchange when they did the Sugar Baker lip sync. That was a good one too when they did that scene from Designer Women, and then they would do like the spoken word stuff. Like I love when they do stuff like that. I feel like they need to start doing more of that when it comes to the show. Oh yeah, Phantom was such a distasteful a-hole. Halsey had cancer when she wrote her last album, but you know, I just don't understand him. It was her. She was background character to Kenny's main performance. I was in awe. I also wanted Joey J to be in the top 2, but I'm sure she'll see well, we already know the tea. That's why I was like, because you know as I know. I'm not going to talk about it because I don't know what I can and cannot say. However, it did happen next to me. That was all I'm going to say about it. And I got shaken up a little bit. And condolences to the family. That's all I'm going to say in regards to that whole situation. And shout out to Goose for paying tribute to the guy and the accident and that sort of thing. I'm sure y'all probably already heard the incident that happened at the Goose concert on Saturday. It happened during intermission, and people just need to be real. I just say in general, people got to be really careful when it comes to stuff up in there. And that's why a lot of times when I'm working, I go so hard on people being like, I need you, can you separate, do this, move over here, do all this. Like I'm always in the pod. I don't care how other people work because I do watch how my other coworkers work, and some of them just like y'all there for the check, or just the fact that you got a job and you not understanding there's a lot of responsibility that goes with us working in the guest service industry. And I just want to say condolences to the family and that sort of thing. But yeah, it was a crazy moment. That's something that I've never experienced and hope that I never experience again. I mean, you said they have done another spoken word lip sync since that, and it wasn't. That's probably why I don't remember it, because you said they haven't done another spoken word lip sync, and I was like, "Yeah, the Sugar Baker one, I live for that one," and then yeah, this one, but yeah, I mean, if they did another one, I was like, I don't remember it because it wasn't that memorable, but yeah, when it comes to certain things that has to do with what goes on at MSG, look, people gonna say what they say online. There were comments I was reading from people who were reacting to the stories and it was pissing me off. So I was just like, you know what? And I wanted to go in and just say shit so bad to people, but I was like, you can't. You have to take the high road when it comes to certain things because you don't want that to roll back on you, and then people like, who is this person? Seek them out and then try to get me fired. And I'm not trying to do all of that. So as I said, condolences to the families and family and things of that nature. But I will say this: Goose put on a good show. They're like for those who don't know, Goose is like a cross between Fish and the Grateful Dead, and that's another thing that I think needs to be discussed too. With this situation happening, we have 5 shows from Fish coming next month at the Garden. I feel like that needs to be a conversation that needs to be had when it comes to situations like this and those type of shows, and what happens when, I mean, I don't know if the guy was under the influence, but there was a lot of drug use that was going on that night from a lot of the guests. So, and I realize a lot of people don't really know how to handle their drugs and things of that nature. I'm not saying that this guy was on there because I don't know. He wasn't on my floor. I mean, he fell on my floor, but he was up in the bridge. So I don't know what he might have been, if he was intoxicated or not. But that bridge is scary. I hate when they put me up there because I'm just like, how high it is. It's literally like, and it's like on an angle, so that freaks me out when I be having to go down there sometimes and look at some of the seating, because there's been times where it's been so long since I've been on the bridge that I have to always refresh my memory on like which side of the seats and this and that, because people always be trying to, well, where do I go and this and that. So I always try to assess where I'm at, so that way I know how to direct people. And sometimes when I be going down there, I was like, I don't like the heights. So not that I'm scared of heights, but I just don't like based on certain things. But anyway, let's move on and get back into the show. Let me hit my banner. And let's get in our first topic. So I woke up this morning to find out some horrible news. Clive Davis, who is a big time music exec and founded Arista Records. He was behind a lot of artists such as Whitney Houston, Bruce Springsteen, Sly and the Family Stone, Aretha Franklin, and I think he also signed Deborah Cox, if I'm not mistaken, and Alicia Keys. So he ended up passing away. He was 94. And if I'm not mistaken, I think he passed away today. But we heard not too long ago, remember he was in the hospital. And I think they sent him home or whatever the case was. And yeah, and then we hear like a couple, like maybe a week or so later, he done passed away. But they said he died this morning in his Manhattan home. So let's get into the story, because Rolling Stone did a whole expose on him anyway. So yeah, the music exec who founded Arista Records, and I forgot, he also did J Records. And yes, he basically was behind a lot of your favorite celebrities, as I mentioned, like Whitney, Bruce, Aretha. He also did Carlos Santana, Janis Joplin, Carrie Underwood, and many others. He passed away in his home in New York City. He was 94 years old. Now, his death was confirmed by his longtime rep, Eliza Rabinoff, who added in a statement that he passed away peacefully from age-related illness, surrounded by his family and loved ones. Well, yeah, he was 94 years old. He lived a long, good life. He had they want us to let us know that he had faced several health issues in recent years. In late May, he was hospitalized in New York City following an upper respiratory issue. He was released a few days later, with the rep saying at the time that the music mogul was in good spirits and happy to be recuperating at home. Now, in 2021, he was diagnosed with Bell's palsy, a serious, but well, yeah, that's probably why that face was slanted. A serious but temporary condition that causes sudden weakness in facial muscles. The diagnosis forced Davis to postpone his famed annual pre-Grammys gala, which has been held the night before the ceremony every year since 1975. Now, I do wonder with this, who they're gonna put in place to keep this up in regards to the whole situation regarding his the pre-Grammy thing. I wonder who's going to keep that going now that he's no longer with us. Now, Davis' legacy in the music business spanned a remarkable 7 decades across varying genres of music. So that means he was up in the business since he was like, what, in his 20s and 30s? But they said after being named president of Columbia Records in 1967 at age 35, he donned hits in each successful decade with a diverse group of now iconic artists, including Joplin, Barry Manilow, Houston, the Grateful Dead, and the Notorious B.I.G., Keys, and Kelly Clarkson. Also, I heard, that song Copacabana? I had no idea Rob Shutter, from who we reference his Substack a lot with all the gossip and things from the show, that his husband wrote that song. I was like, okay. And I found that out because a friend of mine, Dinga Nardicchio, does a podcast, and he had him on his show. So I forgot. I just realized I had one of my little videos open, so I had to close that. But anyway, let's get back into the topics. So, they said he's the ultimate long-term player. This is what John Landau, Bruce Springsteen's manager, told Rolling Stone in 2008. He was a label head in the 60s. He was on top then, and now 40 years later, he's still on top. That's remarkable. I do not think you'll see that happen again. Now, in a statement, Davis family wrote, "To the world, our father was the iconic music legend whose visions, instincts, and relentless pursuit of excellence shaped the soundtrack of countless lives. He discovered, mentored, and championed the greatest artists in modern music history, leaving an indelible mark on culture that will endure for generations. To his family, Clive was dad and granddaddy, the steady presence at the center of our lives, the source of wisdom, strength, encouragement, and unconditional love. No matter how extraordinary his professional accomplishments, he never lost sight of what mattered most, the people he loved. Now, active in the music industry until his death, most notably hosting the annual pre-Grammy party, and often eclipsed the award show in both attention and spectacle. Well, that's because he was half homosexual, meaning bi. And the spectacle and stuff come from is the gay side. Now, Davis, who Franklin called the greatest record man of all time, developed a reputation during his career as both a tireless champion of artists and a shrewd businessman who expected significant returns on his investment. John Sykes, former president of network development at MTV, once said of Davis, "He can pick a hit and the next minute tell you the exact number of sales. He's the only guy who can do that," added Keys in 2008. He was the first record exec to ever ask what I wanted for myself. It was Davis' unwavering passion and palpable enthusiasm for music that came through most strongly to his friends and collaborators, saying, "If I were to draw a picture of Clive, it would be as a little child with a big heart and big ears." This is what Santana said. "It's hard to separate the life I've lived with my career in contemporary music," Davis told Rolling Stone in 2017. "I consider myself fortunate that over 5 decades in a very tough business environment, music has provided a lifeline of unexpected pleasure and gratification." Now, born in Brooklyn on April 4, 1932, Davis was raised in a Jewish family in a largely middle-class Crown Heights neighborhood by an electrician and salesman father and a stay-at-home mom. By age 18, his parents had both died within 11 months of each other. His mother, Florence, of a cerebral hemorrhage, his father, Herman, of a heart attack. "I have been toughened by my parents dying when I was 17, 18 by going through school as an orphan and having to earn everything," he said. Without financial support, Davis went to NYU on scholarship. Upon graduation, he received another scholarship to attend Harvard Law. Struggling financially during the time, he says, instilled him a tireless work ethic and an endless drive for success. "If I didn't keep up at least a B plus, I would lose those scholarships," he recalled. "In his college years, I'm always mindful of performance." Now, after graduating from Harvard, Davis landed a job at the prestigious New York law firm Rossman, Colin K, Petschek, and Freund. There's a lot of lawyers up in there. As that while there, one of his earliest and most time-consuming tasks was reviewing contracts for Columbia Artist Management, a talent agency with no connection to the music industry. A lawyer at his firm, Harvey Sheen, was hired by CBS and tasked with setting up its international division. With Davis' contract experience, Sheen recruited him at CBS. In short order, Davis was named head lawyer of the music division. Representing the company in a suit brought by the Federal Trade Commission showed Davis the inner workings of the music business and said, "Because of it, I started to know not just the contractual side, but the retail and distribution side." He's so impressed then president of Columbia Records, Goddard Lieberson, the executive, asked the then 35-year-old to move to the West Coast to head Columbia's music instruments division, which oversaw the company that made Fender guitars. Davis didn't want to uproot his family, however, and he was set to turn down the offer when circumstances changed. Lieberson offered him a position as president of CBS Records. Davis accepted, saying, "It's amusing," Davis said, "of the twist of fate because it was luck." As president of the label, Davis spent roughly 18 months learning the job before he took a faithful trip to San Francisco in 1967. Excuse me, with Lute Adler. He ran Old Records and managed the Mamas and the Papas. Adler invited him to the Monterey Pop Festival, where Davis had a life-changing experience. CBS Records had previously focused on artists like Tony Bennett and Jerry Vale, so Davis was taken aback by the fervent passion audiences displayed for up-and-coming rock acts like Jimi Hendrix and Janis Joplin. Saying, I couldn't believe it. It was cultural revolution, a social revolution, and clearly a musical revolution. This is what he told Rolling Stone in 2017. I knew I was in the midst of something unique and profoundly deep. Specifically, Joplin performed with Big Brother in the holding company deeply affected him. Joplin was mesmerizing like a white tornado, Davis said, and he quickly signed her and Big Brother to his label. I prepared to unveil the music in mid-68 with a campaign that said that this is the new revolutionary sound that will be heard around the world. There was a big fight between the young people and the old people, that said Bruce Lundvall, who worked with Davis at Columbia. When Clive came in, rock and roll was a priority. After Monterey, Clive built Columbia into one of the most successful rock labels in the world, signing among others Santana, Laura Nyro, Blood, Sweat and Tears, Chicago, Johnny Winter, Springsteen, Billy Joel, Herbie Hancock, Earth, Wind and Fire, Pink Floyd, and Neil Diamond. Now, at the height of the Columbia success, however, Davis ensured one of the most devastating setbacks of his career. In 1973, the U.S. Attorney of Newark, Jonathan Goldstein, was pursuing a mob case that involved the man who worked for Columbia Records. According to Davis, he forged Clive's signature, faked invoices, and obtained kickbacks. Despite being caught and fired before the feds arrested him, the man accused Davis of billing the company for personal items, including a trip to Jamaica, a house in Beverly Hills, and his son's bar mitzvah at the Plaza Hotel. He accused Davis of payola and acting without thorough investigation. CBS responded by promptly firing him. So they were up in there trying to protect themselves, and you let him suffer and take the damn bait. Now, Davis was ultimately exonerated, but he pled guilty to one count of tax evasion and was forced to pay a $10,000 fine. The idea that there was wrongdoing is unfair. This is what he told Rolling Stone in 2008. I never did charge my son's bar mitzvah. It was phony. The guy went to jail and I was exculpated. Exculpated. Apparently, I can't read today. Now, in 1974, Davis took a job as president of the music division of Columbia Records, where he was given a 20% stake in the company. He changed its name to Arista, the honor society for the overachievers of New York City's public schools, of which he was a member. He threatened to sue CBS over the wrongful firing, and they responded by kindly giving Arista a mail order deal worth $1 million. In 1979, Columbia Pictures sold Arista to BMG, which, because of his stake in the company, brought him enormous wealth. So that's smart. You got to have a stake in the companies, and you can get some coins. Now, at Arista, Davis continued to work with cultural defining artists, signing acts including the Grateful Dead, Lou Reed, Patti Smith, and Annie Lennox, but he aimed to make it an instant major. One able to compete with the former employer, as well as labels including Atlantic Records and RCA. I was starting in effect from scratch. This is what he said. He felt then, in order to properly compete, he needed hit songs to present those talented singers who didn't write. See, let me run that by y'all again, because y'all seem to think that the only way you are seen as a true artist is if you write your shit. But Clive was out there looking for good songwriters and talented singers who weren't necessarily writers, like Whitney Houston. But y'all love moving the goalposts when it comes to certain people. So I had to make sure I reiterated that before I went on. Now he says, when someone wants to write, I always say the same thing. Can you write better than the best songs being written? If you can, do it. If not, don't. Oh, look, great advice. If you're not someone who can write better than the best songs being written, don't write them. And if you're worrying about because you can't get a piece of the writing published, and if you ain't write the shit, then you shouldn't be able to have autonomy over those songs. And that doesn't make you less than an artist. It just, you're a talented singer. That's your instrument. That is what you use to tell the story. But it's like this new generation is like, Y'all get so caught up in the aesthetics and the pop aspect of everything that y'all don't really look at like the old school rooted way of how music and creativity is made. So it said that Davis credited Barry Manilow, who recorded a Scott English and Richard Kerr song, renamed it Mandy, and saw it go to #1 on the Billboard Hot 100, as helping set the template for pop success at Arista. He said it was Barry Manilow that enabled and opened up the horizon to sign a Dionne Warwick, to sign the Queen of Soul Aretha Franklin, who and obviously led to sign the Whitney Houston. Houston, more than any other artist, came to be associated with Davis. She had a voice, an innocence, a power, and a beauty that was so stunning. He recalled at first seeing her perform in 1983 at the Shearwater, where she was opening for her cousin, Dionne Warwick, in her mother Sissy's act. With Davis's guidance, Houston, whom he called the greatest contemporary singer of all time, became one of the biggest female recording artists in history, scoring 7 consecutive #1 singles and selling more than 50 million records. Houston's death in 2012 from a drug overdose hit Davis especially hard, saying there was no comprehension on her part or my part that she was flirting with death. He told Rolling Stone in 2013, "Anybody whose life is cut short by the lethal impact of drugs, you feel the tragedy." Now, Davis, who has 4 kids, including the concert promoter Mitch Davis, from 2 marriages, then made it a top priority to get together with them for regular Sunday dinners and found continued success in his later years. In 2000, after BMG forced him out of Arista, he started J Records. In a corporate agreement, Davis was allowed to take 10 artists from Arista, 5 established artists except Houston and Santana, and 5 acts who had not released any music yet. In a particular prideful moment for Davis, in 2002, BMG bought his stake in J Records for an estimated $20 million. He was subsequently named president and CEO of RCA Music Group. Now, in the mid-2000s, Davis scored hits with Keys, Eddie Vedder, and Usher resurrected the career of Rod Stewart by encouraging him to sing the American Songbook. Clive was involved to the extent of being too involved, Stewart said. He would take these songs and change the keys and not even bother about whether I could sing in that key or not, and he partnered with American Idol to release albums from its winners, including Underwood, Kelly Clarkson, and Fantasia. Davis remained with RCA Label Group until 2008, where he was named Chief Executive Officer for Sony BMG. Now, in 2013, he published a memoir, The Soundtrack of My Life, in which he came out public as bisexual at the age of 80. Now, in the book, he revealed the first time he had relations with a man was during the era of Studio 54, and the experience prompted a period of soul searching and self-analysis. After separating from his second wife, Janet Oldenburg, in 1985, Davis began dating partners of both sexes, and since 1990, both of his long-term relationships have been with men. It's funny how they always say when it comes to the bisexuality, you notice the men stay more or less with someone of the same gender than they do the opposite. They say you don't have to be the only you don't have to be one thing or another. This is what he said in an interview with Katie Couric. I opened myself up to the possibility that I could have a relationship with a man as well as the 2 that I had with a woman. In a later interview with Nightline, Davis stated that bisexuality is maligned and misunderstood. Until the end, music remained the focal point of Davis's life, saying, "I still love it today." Davis, who continued to throw his annual Grammy parties until his death, said in 2017, "I'm immersed in it. I think music is the universal language." But I'm definitely curious to see if they actually going to create a biopic or something or another about Clive Davis and his musical history, because that'd be an interesting story to tell, I think. Warts and all, and even all the other things that man's been accused of being like a nuisance within the industry, or like really tough in the industry, and all the stories that we've heard over the years. So shout out to Clive Davis, the legend within the music industry. May he rest in peace. And I know it was a lot, but I had to give y'all the full justification of his career over the years, like how he started and all that good stuff. So shout out to Rolling Stone for that lengthy story. So I'll tell you this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding the news that we lost the legendary Clive Davis? Now, whatever your thoughts are on this matter, let me know in the comments down below. All right. And I always forget to open up this thing where I'm supposed to read y'all comments. Spotify got their court case and lawsuit dismissed with Drake, and it's with prejudice. Drake is losing all, as he should, because he's such an idiot. Well, if they ban him from Spotify, look, ban his ass. I saw there's a documentary about him on. Oh, is it? Child, they got a documentary or something or another with Hillary Clinton talking about that she lost the election of Trump because of the whole electoral college. I said, girl, really? If y'all want to laugh, y'all should go watch that docuseries, because I'm like, sis, that wasn't the reason. I mean, the electoral college probably played a part, but that wasn't the only reason why your ass lost. Remember, y'all went and literally sabotaged Bernie Sanders because you felt like it was your turn to be president. So if y'all going to tell the tea, tell it all. So Fantano just responded directly to Variety in regards to Halsey and the drama unfolding in a new article that just dropped less than an hour ago. I will save that for tomorrow because we had a full show today. So I'll definitely say that Fantano story and give the whole context regarding what's going on with him and Halsey. And all of a sudden now, why is Olivia Rodrigo buttering up to him and doing interviews when he seems to have a disdain for any woman that does anything risky with their music? Because I still can't forgive him that rating he gave Slater. I'm like, you done lost your damn mind. No, we need to discuss it now because Fantano said, who gives a shit? She went through cancer. There was no, we'll save it for tomorrow. So I'm going to say, we're going to discuss it now. We're going to discuss it tomorrow when I have time to look into the story and give my thoughts. I'm only defending myself because Halsey and her fans are calling me the Satan, and I'm not the devil or a 4chan guy, basically because his character is being, I mean, if your character is being assassinated and you feeling like you're being battered against the wall or you're a victim of someone's fans trolling you on social media, then there's a much better way that you can come at people and discuss things in a way where it doesn't come across as being a dick. Like you can look, I'm somebody who just gives my opinion on celebrity news and gossip or music or whatever the case is, and you have to come at it in a way where you know how to handle these type of situations. Clearly, a lot of y'all people jump up on here, get all this fame, and jump on social media and give y'all opinions, and y'all don't have a wherewithal of how to navigate through it. Look, there still could be artists out here who look for songwriters and have them find material for them. So that doesn't have to be the norm. That's like when you look at certain artists, like say for example Slater. She was like, I was tired of people saying like this is the structure of how you have to put out music and all this other stuff. I had to be authentically me. This is what I did, and this is what it is. And now people are responding to it. I've also believed in doing covers as it allows songs to carry on forever. He wasn't a fan of sampling. Yeah, I know she didn't write her songs. I thought I said that. Happy Monday. Despite underperformance, a sequel to Master of the Universe was announced. And even though it underperformed, well, I mean, I know I've been looking online. Apparently, they're saying like it's not necessarily true that it has been greenlit. Because I've been seeing conflicted reports about, over that. Yeah, I believe that he had too much control. I mean, at one point, you did notice that even Rod Stewart said it. He was just like he meddled a little too much. He was way too controlling and would pick these songs, and it was like he would just have me singing these songs. He didn't even know if I could hit the notes, if I could even sing in the key of the songs that he wanted me singing. So it's just like you got to take all that in mind. But if you're, there's some people out there that have like a good instinct and understanding of how the music business is and have a good ear for music and this, that, and the other. And that's why I was like watching this Bebe Rexha interview, but she was just like, there's different roles that people take when it comes to being creative, where it's just like you could put a room together. And I think this is what Beyonce does too. She'll put a room of, together, and you have like a mood board or whatever, an idea of, okay, I want to take this from this artist. So I want to take this key from this artist and then use the drums from this record. And I want it to sound like who can I use? I want to sound like Justice, like a little more aggressive with the rock guitars, but then I want to have like the electronic element, and I wanted to have this thing. So you can curate and pick these pieces to set like, and I wanted to have the vibe of this. So I wanted to have this euphoric feel. So it's like you can put these things together where you have an idea what you're doing, and that to me is producing. But yeah, I definitely feel like he was just too much of a damn control freak. Amazon could put money into projects to burn, and Amazon is being sidelined and dragged. There was something else that Amazon I think just passed on. Not LOL, we don't care, you have cancer. I hope he didn't say that shit. I would say impossible to get the film they want 100 million on top of the 75 million they put into it. Well, I was saying a Clive Davis biopic, not a documentary. They said the only female artist Fantano has given a 10 to: Charli XCX, Bjork, Nina Simone, Kate Bush, and Lauren Hill. Nina Simone is dead, yeah. And Lauren Hill. Lauren Hill only put out one album. Olivia Rodrigo almost made the list. Even after all that ass kissing, she still didn't make she still didn't get a 10. She still didn't get her 10s. Telling the Swedish band they sound too European, so he made a perfect ace of base for American audiences. It flopped, and the European album they originally offered, Flowers, sold 5 million copies. Yeah, that's what I was like. If you're gonna go and pick an artist from a certain place, you gotta let them. I mean, I always thought this in a way, but maybe I'm naive. Like I feel like if you're gonna come across a certain artist, whatever the case is, you like them because you like their unique perspective on the type of music that they're doing. You don't go and pick somebody who has a unique point of view sonically, lyrically, vocally, that sort of thing. And then it's like, you know what? I'm going to bring you over to America, and I want you to work with these American artists who really don't share the sensibilities sonically, lyrically, and creatively that you do. So that doesn't make sense to me why they do that. You don't Americanize a European act. I mean, if there's a European act that was inspired by American music, like say Timbaland or Pharrell and stuff. And the one thing I do say that I love about Pharrell is very eclectic in what he does. He's inspired by all different types of music. He doesn't just do hip hop. He could do dance music. He can do like synth pop. Because remember, he produced Kenna's record. Whatever happened to Kenna? Like and so yeah, like all these, like he jumps and dabbles in all different. He can do alternative music. He can do so many different genres. Of course, like when you got Khalees and that whole sort of thing. So he can dabble in all different types of music. If you have somebody that only does one type of sound, they're not going to work. What ass licking though? She just did an interview with the guy. She also did an interview with Pitchfork, and they almost gave her a 10. Well, I'm saying that the thing with it seemed like with Fantano was like you got to go and jump through hoops with him in order to for him to give you a 10, and he still didn't give it to her because everybody talks about how polarizing he is. And Pitchfork and doing an interview with Pitchfork, which is a magazine like real like music. That's like doing an interview with Interview, which we're gonna get into that interview later, and then doing it with a podcaster. Two different things. It's like Fantano was not on the same level as Pitchfork. He's just a man online giving his own opinion. But anyway, let's get back into the show. And let's take a trip back to the 80s with Thundercats. Because apparently Warner Brothers is working on a Thundercats movie. Now I know what everybody's thinking. Why the hell would they even be well, actually I did have a friend who saw the recent Master of the Universe movie, which y'all should have just called the He-Man, no shade. But he just saw the last Master of the Universe movie and he loved it. And it was like, well, we need a Voltron movie. We need a Thundercats movie. And I'm like, a Voltron movie was already filmed with Henry Cavill. I don't know when I think Coleman Domingo's in that too. I don't know when it's coming out. I've heard that it might be going straight to Amazon, who also produced Masters of the Universe. And I'm wondering if they did that because they knew that because of the reception and how Masters of the Universe was tracking, which it is the second flop of the year, the first being Mandalorian and Grogu. So they probably thought, oh, this movie is tanking, so let's just dump it on Amazon Prime Video and people will come and watch it there and it'll be successful because you can watch it in your house. But I just think that's crazy. You spent all that money to make that movie. So, but I didn't know about the Thundercats because I remember there's been talk about a Thundercats movie for like decades. Even going far back as probably like maybe the 2000s, it just never materialized, or maybe further than that. So now they're talking about that there's a Thundercats movie coming out, but don't fret, it's not live action, it's actually animated. So this might actually work. The fact that they're doing an animated version rather than a live action version, although I would love to see a live action version of Thundercats, I just feel like similar to Master of the Universe, y'all waited too late to bring this franchise out because no shade, I feel like Gen X and elder millennials are the only ones that'll go see this movie in theaters, but it's going to drop off relatively quickly, similar to Master of the Universe. Gen Z has no connection. Gen Alpha has no connection to Master of the Universe. And I don't feel like they marketed this movie, Master of the Universe, I'm talking about, in a way that you could bring a younger generation into the film. The only way that the younger kids were going to go see this movie is if they went to the movies with their parents and they paid for their ticket. Those are the only ones that were going to go see this movie. Other than that, or you just wanted to see Nicholas Galitzine with no clothes on. But other than that, I'm talking about the young homosexuals. But other than that, nobody really wanted to go. Nobody went to go see this movie, and I'm sure in no time flat, probably by the end of the month, just in time to close out Pride, they go and put Master of the Universe on Prime, where people can watch it in the confines of their home. So the 1985 animated series Thundercats. Remember that song? Thundercats are on the move. Thundercats are loose. So anyway, so the 1985 animated series has had a bit of a revival in the past 15 years with a reimagining series in 2011 at Cartoon Network. And in 2020, there was the short-lived Thundercats Roar that attempted to make a more silly version, taking cues from more modern shows like Adventure Time. I don't even know what the hell that is. Adventure Time and Steamy Universe were sort of an inspiration in the wake of those shows. It was announced in 2021 that MonsterVerse director Adam Wingard, who directed Onslaught, would be tackling wait, Adam Wingard, isn't that the same guy that did isn't that the movie that's coming out with Adria Arjona? And I forget what was the other movie he did? The Guest. I think that's the Adam Wingard. But they said that he was tackling a feature film at Warner Brothers that would be a mix of CGI and traditional animated elements. Now, speaking of that movie, during the Annecy Film Festival, it was announced by Warner Brothers Pictures Animation via Discussing Film that they would be developing an animated film. Now, however, it's unclear if this is replacing Wingard's film, if that project is pivoting to strictly animation, or something entirely new that will be happening alongside it. Sadly, there's a lot of unknowns going on here in the news, so we just gotta, I guess, wait until we find out more. But this is all I know at this point. Now, as of March 2024, Wingard was calling his Thundercats movie a priority and was writing the script with longtime creative partner Simon Barrett. Wingard's latest flick, Onslaught, a military genre action horror flick that feels like it's directly connected to the world of The Guest. Oh, so I was correct. It was that one because I was like, wait, isn't that the same one? That's the Adria Arjona movie that I'm looking for, and who is going to be, and I don't care what James Gunn say, she gonna be our new Wonder Woman. They ain't admitting it, but she is Wonder Woman. I don't care what they got to say about that. But anyway, so she's playing a badass protagonist that's faced with a super soldier experiment on the loose, and it's supposed to be coming out September 4th, actually, which is Beyonce's birthday and 2 days after mine. So now another cool thing announced at the event is that a new Powerpuff Girls movie is also in the works at WB Pictures Animation. Well, that's probably good that they're going animated with this, because remember, they tried to do a CW TV series, the pilot. They said it failed, so they didn't do it. They had it was supposed to be a live action series with Diablo Cody, who y'all know once upon a time helped Madonna co-write her biopic. Then she fired her and hired somebody else. So Diablo Cody, girl, you ain't made a good movie since. Well, Juno and Jennifer's Body, I will give her that. Those were good. Lisa Frankenstein, I heard that movie was good, but it flopped. I haven't seen it, so I definitely want to check that out. But yeah, it didn't get a series pickup. So now as far as like Thundercats go, is there really an audience out there for this? So I don't even know. Are they going live? Because they said that Adam Wingard's version was going to be a mixture of CGI and animation. So I don't know if which direction is going with it, or are they deciding that maybe it will go, because they did say it's animation, but they're talking about that they don't really know what's going on. So is it going to be live action now? But I guess now that this news has come out, and they're talking about that is going to be happening at Warner Brothers, we'll just have to wait and see which way the cookie crumbles. But just know that 80s, I don't think we're in a whole 80s nostalgia bag right now. I feel like the energy is shifted more towards 90s nostalgia. So the millennials and Gen Z are starting to feel a little bit of the nostalgia, and now Gen Z is starting to get their own original films and stuff coming out, because you have the Curry Barkers and so many others that are catering to them and what they want to see, with the success of Obsession, the success of Backrooms, and those type of movies. So that's what it seems like the people want to see right now. I don't know if there's an audience out there for Thundercats, but we'll see how people respond once the film is done and we see a trailer and all the other promotional stuff that comes with that. So until then, we're just going to have to just sit on our hands and wait to see how this all turns out. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Would you be open to seeing a Thundercats movie being made, whether or not it's live action or animated? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. All right. She said Fantana was another Scorpio. To be honest, he did give Jessie Ware a 10 almost for What's Your Pleasure. What's Your Pleasure was a good record. I'm not gonna hold you. I'm kind of indifferent on her latest record, because I know a lot of people wanted more of the dance stuff. And don't worry, she got some good songs in there. Sauna is my shit. It's giving me like Sylvester vibes whenever I listen to that song. But I wanted her to go a little more like the dancey or disco-y type stuff. There's moments where she kind of flirts with it, but then pulls back from it. So I don't know. I'm kind of indifferent about the new album, but I definitely love What's Your Pleasure. That is my album. Because I wouldn't mind watching Thundercats if done right. Wow, we already had a Powerpuff Girls movie, and that movie was terrible. I wouldn't mind a Powerpuff Girls anime. There was one in the 2000s called PPGZ, so that might actually work if it was more anime and not animated. They were like, "What's the difference?" Well, you can tell the difference when something is anime versus just a regular animated. Like animated, we be talking about like fucking Shrek. Or the most recent big movie over the weekend, which was Toy Story 5. That's animated. But we talking about anime, that's something different. Anime Bullet. That'll be my drag name. ANIME Bullet. So it's a play on Tina Turner. It's an Anime Bullet. Like, you are so stupid. Yeah, that's what I said. The album is okay, but yeah, Sona, it's giving very much like bathhouse disco. Very much like something out of the 70s. It feels like something like you play in like some back room of a club while the men are hunching each other. I hope they do a Thundercats movie. It won't be all CGI. Yeah, because I don't know how I feel about like how CGI looks sometimes. But anyway, okay. So now, speaking of Olivia Rodrigo, when we was talking about her throughout the show, let's get into her. So I guess we can give a huge congratulations to Olivia Rodrigo, who has the #1 album on the Billboard 200 chart. As her third studio release, You Seem Pretty Sad for a Girl So in Love, launches at the top of the list, dated June of 2027. So her album sold 485,000 units, so that she's already gold already in that point. Well, close to gold, because gold is 500. But she'll hit it. So she's already gone pretty much gold in the US in the week ending June 18th, according to Billboard. By comparison, Drake sold, who gives a shit, but he sold 463,000 for that horrible ass Iceman album in May. Drake has held the #1 spot since then for 4 weeks, only to be knocked down by Rodrigo. So good for her. Now in 2021, oh wait, hold on, because I just realized we ain't put up the picture. In 2021, Rodrigo earned the #1 album spot with her debut Sour, and she followed the success in 2023 with Guts. You Seem Pretty Sad for a Girl So in Love is her third full-length LP. It features 13 tracks, including the stunning duet with The Cure's Robert Smith. The album's flagship single, Drop Dead, went to #1 on the Billboard Hot 100, as did its follow-up, The Cure, saying, quote, "No matter how hard I try to write love songs, they always come out laced with a little melancholy." This is what she said upon announcing the new album. "I'm so proud of this record, and I can't wait for you to hear it." Now, in September, Rodrigo will head out on an Unravel tour, which will make 86 stops across multiple cities and continents, hitting major arenas in New York, LA, London, and everywhere in between. Well, yeah, I wish that, honestly, that she was coming to the Garden, but apparently she's doing fucking Barclay Center. Hold on, because I had to look up something. Olivia Rodrigo apparently has a festival, a music festival, because I wanted to bring this up before I forget. So yeah, not only that, so she's celebrating this, but she got an all-women music festival. This got to probably be the best idea that someone in her position has come up with since Sarah McLachlan invented the Lilith Fair Festival back in the 90s. So the festival will feature performances from Rodrigo alongside Chapella Rowana, aka Chaperone, Doshi, Cat's Eye, Mitski, The Breeders, Die Spitz, Bikini Kill, Eli, okay, now you got my girl Shirley Manson up in this bitch, Garbage, Quiet Light, Rachel Chino Riri, and Not for Radio. Daisy Chain Fields will also feature special guests Karen O, Stevie Nicks, and the lady of the hour who I just mentioned, Sarah McLachlan. I like to make jokes about her name, though. So she said, "Truly never felt more excited to share a piece of news with you all." This is what she said on social media. "I've had a dream of doing this festival for years, and I'm so ecstatic it's finally coming true." Daisy Chain Fields features an all-women lineup, and 100% of the net proceeds will go to charities dedicated to advancing and advocating for women and girls. "The lineup is truly insane and full of my heroes and friends," she continued. "I firmly believe that joy, community, and music can be the drivers of meaningful change, and I'm hopeful this festival will be just that. Absolutely cannot wait to scream and dance and sing with you guys August 29th. Now, some of the organizers that the festival is partnering with include Baby to Baby, Black Mamas Matter Alliance, Center for Reproductive Rights, Freeform, JPEGO, John Hopkins Center for Indigenous Health, National Domestic Workers Alliance, National Institute for Reproductive Health, National Women's Law Center, and Planned Parenthood. Fans can sign up for pre-sale access at the festival's website. Hold on, so I can pretty much put that in the situation. Hold on a second, because I'm reading this as I'm going through it. And I have to say, you know what? Shout out to her. So yeah, y'all can go to this website if y'all interested in signing up. But I have to say, you know what? I'm proud of this young lady. Whether you like her music or not, this is, in my opinion, how you do it. You're someone of a younger generation who looks at the people who shaped her into the artist she is today, the musicians who inspired her, and she's giving them a spotlight to come out and perform. And her fans, who may not be familiar with a lot of these artists that are on this roster, the artists that they see, they can go and Spotify or Shazam their music or whatever the case is and add them to the docket. Because I remember, like, when I was growing up, seeing the fact that you had someone like a Shirley Manson who had like this effervescence presence that would just get up on stage snarling and just commanding a stage when she's on there performing, and seeing people like Liz Phair and Sarah McLachlan and that whole Lilith Fair situation that was going on in the 90s. It wasn't an issue back then, but apparently now it's like people got problems whenever you see people having their own little festivals. I was like, who raised y'all? Because y'all parents was the same ones that's probably the ones that indoctrinate all this misogyny and stuff. They were the ones going to these type of concerts and things of that nature. So I don't know what the fuck happened once people got older and started having children. It's like y'all minds just went bad. Maybe it was the drugs, but I love the fact that we have someone like Olivia, who is paying homage to a lot of the people that came before that her, created a festival and giving them opportunities to have their music, who you may not be familiar with them, be highlighted and showcased. And I wish there were more artists out there who were in a position of power like Olivia, and it's coming from a place of selflessness that will put other artists on in those situations instead of just thinking about themselves in such a selfish ass way. So shout out to her in regards of all of this. Now, last but certainly not least, before we move on, because we got this Olivia Rodrigo story, I want to get into Bebe Rexha, because she recently had to clap back at somebody who decided to throw shade in her direction in regards of her record sales, and talking about that Olivia beat her on the charts, and she's tired of the fans basically pitting female artists against each other. So the singer, and shout out to Billboard for this story, and also previously I want to shout out Variety for that information about the festival. The singer recently pushed back after a social media user attempted to compare her commercial success to Olivia Rodrigo's, whose third album, You Seem Pretty Sad for a Girl in Love, debuted at #1 on the Billboard 200 and shattered streaming records. The exchange began after Rexha shared a heartfelt tribute to The exchange began after Rexha shared a heartfelt tribute to late artist Oliver Tree, who, if y'all don't know, he passed away in a helicopter accident in Brazil, which I believe that they're doing some type of, if I'm not mistaken, some type of charity or something in his name, because he said that all the money, the proceeds, all the money that he made from this, he is not passing it down to his family or whatever. It's going to charities. So, yeah, she was paying tribute to the late artist Oliver Tree on social media, revealing that the pair had recorded a song together for her latest album, Dirty Blonde, that ultimately didn't make the final track list. She said, "I'm in shock. I was in the middle of my CD signing in NYC when I found out the news of Oliver Tree. I can't believe it," she wrote. "We recorded a song together to be on Dirty Blonde. He was so smart, passionate, talented, kind, so sad. May he rest in peace." But the conversation quickly veered off course when one commenter replied, "Olivia outsold you, by the way." Well, that was just some troll being an asshole. To which she got online and said, "I'm actually happy for her. No need to put women against each other. Stream Dirty Blonde for women empowerment. Livy's ex Rexhars." The response was widely praised by fans, with many applauding the singer for rejecting the increasingly common trend of framing women in pop as rivals. The I'm Good blues singer also made headlines last year for publicly criticizing former collaborator G-Eazy, with whom she scored a major hit on 2015's Me, Myself, and I. She said, "I've been undermined. I've been so quiet for the longest time," she wrote on social media at the time. "I haven't seen the signs, even though people constantly are bringing them up, and they have been so obvious. And when I have spoken up, I've been silent and punished by this industry. Things must change, or I'm telling all of my truths, the good, the bad, the ugly." The pop star later removed the post and added, "Someone from my team had me take down my Instagram story. I'd lift that shit up." For now, however, Rexha seems focused on celebrating fellow female artists rather than competing with them. And I did see her interview with what's his name, Zach Sang. It was a really interesting interview. She tells some really good stories too, if you want to get around to watching it. But she always said like, "Oh well, I don't know if I can put this on." I'm like, "Sis, you're independent. What are you talking about? Like, if you're independent and you have a distributor that's distributing your music, you pretty much hold the ball in your court where you can release whatever you want at whatever time. And if you feel like there's certain songs from your album that you are passionate about that you want to release, you have the power to do that. You are no longer confined to a record label." And here's the thing: I don't understand why people are comparing Bebe Rexha to an Olivia Rodrigo. They're two different artists. Bebe more or less files under the EDM category. And no shade, a lot of times her music comes off very much session singer. It gives session singer tease. Whereas when you look at Olivia Rodrigo, she's already a completely defined artist, where she's that rocker chick. But also, when you listen to this new album, she's like, "I'm not gonna keep giving y'all the same thing you expected. You expected me to get a little more Liz Phair, a little Courtney Love, and my whole type of vibe, but now I'm gonna give you a little synth music. I'm gonna dabble in some of that 80s synthy soft cell The Cure, that type of vibe. Like, I'm gonna give y'all some Susie and the Banshee. Like, I'm gonna give you a little bit of that vibe. So I'm still gonna play within the rock world, but I'm gonna give you different nuances and different and match different genres. So when you look at someone like Olivia, Olivia's already a well-defined character. To me, it just seemed like, even though I will say Dirty Blonde is the most cohesive and best album that Bebe has released, I would say ever. It took her a long time to figure out who the hell she was, and it could have been due to label interference, or the fact that they were trying to make her into something that she wasn't, and she just kind of went along to get along, and was realizing after all these years it wasn't getting her anywhere, and finally she had to just perk up and be like, you know what, I'm done. I'm ready to tell my own story on my own terms, and I don't want to be confined to a label trying to define who I am and me trying to follow, because it's not getting me anywhere. So these are two different artists. Let these girls come out and do what they do. And plus, you have to realize this: Bebe's been out long before Olivia. Like, she's came out around the time of like Charli XCX. So they've been doing this for a while. And both albums are actually pretty good. So yeah, stream that long ass titled album that Olivia released. I'm tired of saying it. And stream Dirty Blonde if you feel like it. So yeah, so I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding the great news regarding Olivia Rodrigo's album? Rolled out how much records she sold this week. She's the #1 artist in the country right now. Also, the upcoming festival. What do you think about that in the lineup? And last but certainly not least, Bebe Rexha having to shut down all these haters online that's trying to get her to come out and say something shady, so that way you can have your little 15 minutes to brag about on social media. And she's like, no, bitch, you're gonna have to work a little harder, try to get a little bait out of me. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know what you think of this story in the comments down below. All right. Yeah, Taylor Swift was in that movie. She just announced an all-female festival, Bikini Kill Doshi. You said never mind, because I just brought it up. That's funny. It's like, she brought up, never mind. She wants to live her little fair fantasy, and I love that for her. Fiona Apple would have fit perfectly in the line. Who the hell? Yeah, who even knows where Fiona Apple is? If you can even find her, that lady is living off the grid. So nobody knows where Fiona Apple is. It's an older acts and new acts. Who does that? Especially for Gen Z, where the narrative is they are anti-veteran artists when it's available to look up on Spotify. And I think that's why I feel like it's up to the artist to change all that. Music should not be defined by how well it's doing by fucking algorithm. We don't want the algorithm music. I even think that a lot of the younger generations, like even Gen Z and even Gen Alpha, they're turning against that. They're going more analog with stuff. You see how like now it's becoming trendy to buy CDs, cassette tapes, vinyl, all this stuff. So kids want analog because they grew up in the digital world. So now it's like everything that's old is new again. All the things I grew up on, now the younger generation wants it. They want CDs. They were child. I wouldn't be surprised they start creating boom boxes again and CD players. You see a bunch of kids on the subway with CD players, but it's more like they can find ways of making it fit within the whole digital situation, and then you can bring like CDs up. But nobody wants to start carrying all that shit around again. Trust, it wasn't fun back in the days when we had to walk around. I had to carry a little case of like CDs in it, and now I'm gonna have to go through them and be like, what kind of album I feel like listening to today and putting the thing. The only thing you didn't have to worry about that you have to worry about now is that when you on to listen to another record, if you on the subway, especially in shitty ass New York City and our horrible ass internet, when you underground in the subway and your music don't want to work. So because the infrastructure, we got 100+ year old subway stations. So when the Wi-Fi ain't working like it does in China, in Japan, all the other places that got fucking good Wi-Fi service underground, this is what we got to deal with: shitty service. So you ain't got to deal with that when you walking around with an analog situation like a CD player. So I love the fact that she is someone who is of that young generation, because I've always noticed this: artists definitely have the finger on the pulse of trying to shape their fans into, oh, if I'm into this artist, if I was inspired by this artist, the kids will go and listen to that artist and get into them because their favorite artist is into that artist. So why not do that and bring that back with the festival? Where it's like all these people that I was inspired by, I want to put them all on one stage and get a lot of my younger generation female fans and some of the males interested in these artists. And that's the way I feel like it should be done. So that's what I like about it. Not to bring him up again, but Fantano played a big part in influencing my music taste with his classic reviews. Would have never discovered, we said Janet, if it wasn't for him or most of the older music I love. Well, I do love the fact when you have people out here who bring context and bring awareness to the veterans. Maybe Rexha says she makes music for the gays, and Olivia Rodrigo has not a huge gay. Yeah, she doesn't have a huge gay fan base. She has a lot of young girls. I mean, there was some gay boys when I worked her show last year, the Guts tour. There was some gay boys that was up in there carrying her music, but for the most part, it's like, yeah, she has a mostly female fan base. Female acts mostly have a female fan base where Bebe, Slater, well, yeah, the gays resonate with them more. Others market exclusively to gay men because they need music. Bebe is also in her mid-30s, so I'm glad we are redefining age when to release music. You don't have to be in your 20s anymore. Absolutely. You don't have to, I always said this before. You don't have to be in your 20s to reinvent yourself. You don't even have to be in your 20s to release a record. If you, in this day and age, with the way digital and everything is, and we don't have the gatekeeping shit anymore, if you always wanted to go out and release an album and work on some music, but because of circumstances in your past, you weren't able to do it. But now it's like, you know what? I'm pushing 50. I have a little life in me. I got a little grit up under the nails. I've lived life. I have things I want to talk about. And you have the money to put together a big old situation and you want to release a record at 45, at 55, at 75. Shit. When did Susan Boyle put out an album? She wasn't in her 20s when she came out with music. So I don't like the fact that people always feel like that music has to be a young person's game. If you're at any age, I always say it gets greater later. You can put out music at any time if you have it within yourself. Now, people supporting is another story. But if you want to put out a record, go ahead and do it. Kelly Clarkson is not mourning the death of Clive Davis, saying, "Why mourn the guy who played a hand in the demise of my career? The album My December flopped because Clive refused to give me a budget." Well, look, everybody has their reasons why they don't want to support or do whatever, which is why I said we need something to come out where all the tea regarding Clive Davis come out. Black Love is in the building because he couldn't hear a hit song. It's a concept album. You want a bunch of singles. We call it a collection of songs. Clive was just, he was Mr. Record Exec. Fiona Apple's probably your neighbor. She's somewhere in big. She probably is in Manhattan somewhere. But that is my Virgo sister. You know how the Virgos are. We like to hide in plain sight. And we will definitely hibernate if we need to. I began buying vinyls in 2015, right after I got my first job. There's something very special and sentimental about keeping the memory in your hands. And I think that's why a lot of times we value those, especially when you have like a physical record, you value it, or like a book. Like some people get into Kindles and all that stuff. I've never gotten into like audio books or whatever. I tried it once with Mariah Carey. I was like, no, I like the smell of a book. I like holding a book. I like to open it up and read it and go through the pages when I want to and take my time. I don't want to read on a computer. I look at computers all damn day. That's why I think I need special glasses. That's good for like all the light or whatever from the computer or the cell phones or whatever don't affect your eyes. Because then there's be times when I'm at work and I'm looking at people's phones or whatever to tell them where they gotta go and what section, whatever, and they be having I'm like, can y'all brighten that? Because then my eyes is hurting. I'm loving the video I found where this guy said, because he said it was a 7-page article he wrote, said Madonna is not trying to redefine age gracefully. Yeah, that was the video that I saw. Who we are outside the industry is completely different. Madonna is celebrity, not the Virgin. I know. First of all, child, I heard a story of someone I know actually worked the Madonna Macy's thing that happened around the same time. You know, the little cosmetics line that she worked on with Honey Dijon. It was in the basement of Macy's, which is literally across the street from Madison Square Garden. So it was a whole shit show. And that was around the time that um Donald Trump came to the White House. I mean, not the White House, came to the Knicks game. That was when that whole shit show happened. And she was at Macy's, and someone who was working with my friend Daniel Nardicchio, he is a partner with him where they have the Ice Palace out in Fire Island. They also are in partnership with Red Eye in Manhattan, Midtown Manhattan, and also they're working on a situation out in Mexico. So that's their latest project. And he actually got hired to work on something for the event at Macy's. And Madonna was there for like 15 minutes. She came in with her little glass of champagne, looked him up and down, was like, "Thank you," and then kept him away. I was like, "Ooh, she's shady." And then which is why I'm gonna incorporate a name that they gave her when we get to that Madonna comment. I mean, the Madonna story. I was like, "Ooh, y'all shady." I'm like, wait a minute. When they said that, I'm like, "Are you talking about a certain other singer?" Then I was like, I know exactly. I know y'all not talking about who I think y'all talking about, and it was Madonna. But we're gonna get to that story when we get around to it. I ain't gonna say what it is. I'm gonna just wait till I get that moment so I can put it on record when I put that clip up later. But anyway, so it says, speaking on record labels not marketing to homosexual men anymore, Green Gay just dropped a 30-minute video essay on Lil Nas X. I gotta watch that one. Speaking of which, when you talking about labels not marketing to homosexual men and making music for the gays, I don't know if y'all saw that Adam Lambert interview yet that he did with Monet Exchange. If y'all have not seen it, definitely check it out. It was really good. But they were talking about something or another about why is it that gay men always will prop up, since we in the conversation, the Slaters, the Kylies, the Madonnas, the Beyoncés. Why do y'all always so quick to support a pop girly, but when it comes to the men that's coming out here making music, y'all don't really support them? And when they was having that call, I said, "Thank you. Somebody is bringing this up," because Adam was like, I was pretty much like the first mainstream, and if you think about it, kind of is pop gay, openly gay pop star. Because you have Lil Nas X, you got Troye Sivan now. I mean, Lil Nas was more hip hop, but back then there wasn't, I don't think, any artist that was out of the closet that was doing pop music. So they were talking about, like, is it okay? We do love a pop diva, but is it internalized homophobia? And that's what had me wonder: is it internalized homophobia that gay men do not support men, or they feel like it's a bit of competition? And then they got into this whole thing about queer baiting and male musicians and this, that, and the other. And they brought up Benson Boone, and I'm so glad that Adam and I was on the same page in regards to Benson Boone, and it reminded me because Benson's all over social media now, dressed like fucking Tarzan, half naked, singing a song that sounds like every other goddamn song that he's released on his last 2 albums. So he said, "Good looking kid, great body. The songs need some work." But he said, "Yeah, you heard it here first." I said, "No, sis, you may have heard it there first, but I've been saying this for the longest. Yes, Benson Boone is cute. Benson Boone got body. Benson Boone walks around half naked all the damn time. Benson Boone's music is straight up ass." And so, yes, he definitely needs work on the music front. I do feel like we failed him because Lil Nas X is someone who was young. He's black. He's gay. There's a lot of trauma that comes with being black and gay, especially in America. And then being like a public figure going through all of that and dealing probably with past traumas of him growing up in the South and being black and queer and what that entails. And then plus coming and being dropped into the fame thing and having to deal with all of that and the mental health that goes on within the black queer community and not dealing with that. And it's just so many nuances. I didn't even see the video, but I'm just like, this is stuff that a lot of people, particularly in our community, have to deal with. And seeing someone who is of his caliber dealing with that in real time, I do feel like a lot of people say failed him. But I do hope that there are some queer black people out there who could be a mentor to him and try to help him out. I've heard T.S. Madison say that she's in so many ways trying to be a mentor to him. But I also hope that there's some, because I want the same thing that happened for me to happen for other people down there. When I was younger and trying to figure myself out, luckily I had encountered older men, homosexual men, black men, who took me under their wing and mentored me in a lot of ways. and help me try to navigate through the world as a queer man of color. So a lot of times you see a lot of these artists don't really have that, or people like him don't really have that. And yeah, Sade are both men. Speaking of Sade, I saw, what was it? Billboard dropped a best groups, R&B groups of all time. Sade came in 15. I was thinking about bringing that on the show, but I didn't know if anybody would be interested in us going through that list. But it was like the Hillary Duff vinyl being sold on her tour makes me happy. To the digital album sold back in February, the original album plus her re-recordings and acoustic takes of Luck or Something. It says, so happy you brought up books. Reading a physical book is ideal when you're in bed or resting, relaxing, but audiobooks are great for multitasking. It's not healthy to lay down all the time. Yeah, I try not to lay down a lot of times. Oh yeah. But I definitely like reading a physical book. Plus, her t-shirts and hoodies seem to be cheaper than most acts. The merch is being sold $5 to $10 cheaper. Yeah, because I've been looking at some of the merch when I'm working some of the content. I'm like, that's a little pricey for a t-shirt or a hoodie. If I can pirate a book, yes, you can pirate books too. I'll try to do that, but I really only read fan fiction from my phone. I'll probably scroll away and do something else if I'm reading off a screen. Not Colton Ford, child. Oh yeah. I did like Colton Ford's music. Man, he rest in peace. Let Me Live Again is my shirt. Oh yeah, we did have Sylvester, but it was they brought up Sylvester in that Adam Lambert interview too, which was hilarious because he does like a Sylvester imitation, which was funny because it was like he was watching something, and I do agree with them because I've been saying this for the longest. Where is the Sylvester biopic? Where is the Sylvester movie or whatever or anything about? I mean, I do have a book about Sylvester and his time in the Coquettes and all that other stuff, but other than that, we need a Sylvester biopic. And no, I do not want Billy Porter playing him, but we need a Sylvester biopic ASAP or a Sylvester documentary, something, because I feel like we definitely have so many icons in the industry that just don't get the recognition they deserve. And Sylvester wasn't really a pop star. He was more or less, in the whole disco situation. See, most of the pop acts I'm a huge fan of have large homosexual fan bases. I'm a woman and I'm a woman phenomenally. And I can't get into Sabrina or Olivia. I like my Alanas, my Slaters, my FK, because you like the alternative girls. That's kind of like me too. I'm very much into like I like my girls with a little, a little gritty, a little edgy. I don't like the ones that that's a little too cutesy. And it's like, yeah, while I do think Olivia put out a great record, she's a little too girly for me. And Sabrina's a little too girly for me. It's like the girly thing is like, I don't know. I guess maybe we like tomboys. I guess we call them that. Because Slater's a little tomboyish. FK Twigs is very tomboy. Is a little I won't say very tomboyish. Madonna's got some tomboy in her too. FK Twigs, it's like they're a little gritty, a little edgy. They're not afraid to push the envelope. I do like Lana too. Although Lana's music can be a little too sad for me sometimes. I gotta get in the mood to listen to her. Homosexual man don't even support Conan. Child. Because Conan look like a little twink that be making these sad ass songs. I know a lot of girls love Conan Gray. A lot of internalized homophobia that don't see themselves represented in the homosexuals of today, so they'll worship a woman instead. But that kind of, so now I'm trying to really understand this comment because you're saying they don't see themselves represented in the homosexuals of today. So what type of guy would they want to see themselves as? Like, do they need to look a little rough around the edges, very like masculine presenting? Is that what gay men are looking for in their male pop stars? They got be a little more masculine. They don't want like these effeminate gay boys that like to wear nail polish and look a little feminine. Because I do know and that's probably where the internalized homophobia comes in, because it's like, yeah, a lot of times you deal with men that don't want to see any ounce of femininity in other men on the screen. But I do feel like that all sides need to be represented, because if it wasn't for those effeminate gay men, we wouldn't have the rights, and the trans women and stuff. We wouldn't, but we talking about the gays, so let's focus on that. If it wasn't for the effeminate, the obvious clockable gay men, we wouldn't have the rights that we have today in regards of, a lot of the political stuff. So I don't know. It's just, I know it's a lot, but I think it's because many gay men, especially the feminine ones, like live vicariously through the female artists because they low key like to be a woman or tap into their full. And I guess those women give them permission to tap into their femininity. But I would think that you would think that a feminine man would allow you to tap into your femininity as well. But I guess maybe it's some twisted way they don't want to be reminded of it through men. They can at least play it up through women, which is just a weird mental gymnastic type of situation. There are more homosexuals at an Ethel Kane or Kim. Well, that is true. They love the. It's funny how a lot of these gay men that don't like the T girls be living for the T girl artists, like Ethel Kane and Kim Petras. The Nicole Gray concert. I'm not his biggest fan, but him and Troy are the two out male pop stars Gen Z and Gen Alpha are growing up with. But yeah, that is true too. That's kind of like what they see in their own situation. One of the interlude visuals of the Hilary Duff has her during her Casper meets Wendy Lizzie McGuire early pop star days. It floored me as 42-year-old that we grew up with her. Women have been our supporters than men, so yeah, there's that. But also, I kind of side eye some of these women, because some of these women, I be feeling like y'all just jump on the gay bandwagon because y'all know that we got the disposable income, but y'all don't be really feeling us like that. You make me feel. I'm trying to remember that lip sync actually. And I was sitting there thinking, I was like, wait, are you trying to say Bob the Drag Queen should play Sylvester? Could you imagine? Yeah. The only time I felt like Troye Sivan got a little edgy with the music was when he released that Rush single. I was like, okay, I see where you're going with this. Then we heard the rest of the record. I'm like, no, go back to Rush. Give us more songs. I'm not saying you need to just make a song exactly like that, but kind of follow that tone, that vibe. And I like when he works with Leland, but you got to diversify your portfolio a little bit. He said, also, must we not forget Frank? Please don't even bring up. I can't stand Frank Ocean. I do like Tyler the Creator though, are openly out but never get included into the conversation, probably because they appeal more to straight men and they're successful artists. And to me, I feel like Tyler has a better fan base. Frank Ocean, I just can't get into him. He is like literally musical melatonin. Tovlo and Carly Rae Jepsen issuing music the same day. The homosexual gods blessed us on September 17th or the 18th. I saw comments where gays want sex, vulgar, extreme porn in their music. They even rejected Lady Gaga. They want Slater and the drunken, what you said, the drunken fags. But yeah, the gays want sex. First of all, there was this guy that came out back in the day called Adriano Canzian. I actually bought his CD because it had, I think the album was called Pornography. And when I opened up the booklet, it had dicks and shit. I gagged. And it was like this, he's like an electronic music guy. And I'm like, I cannot believe you actually got away with this photography up in that CD. I have it somewhere in a box. I gagged over that record. You said Lana has that dark edge because she knows how to incorporate beauty and ugliness of life in her art. And I think, you know what? I think that's the overall thing, what you just said. Beauty and ugliness. Because if you've been watching a lot of Slater's interviews, and I just watched one earlier with her and Zane Lowe, finally got around to watching that interview. That's how backed up I am on stuff. So she was talking about that, like the fact that I wanted to get ugly with this record. I don't, she flirted with the whole beauty, pretty thing when she did Starfucker. And there were some people that responded to that record, but I don't feel like the record did her any justice in that way of really catapulting her out into the stratosphere where people finally get Slater the artist until she came on Worst Girl in America. And she was just saying that, like, so I do feel like that that's what it is. The beauty and the ugliness, that it's okay for a girl to be pretty at times. But if you need to get ugly, if you need to get messy, if you need to be sweaty, go ahead and get into that. It's perfectly fine. Sabrina definitely plays into, oh, I'm so clean, I'm so girly, very Disney, and it's like, I'm bored. Like I was when I had to work 2 nights of that damn tour. And you said, so bring out the horny, messy homosexuals. Everyone's music taste differs, and I definitely can't speak for every homosexual Zoomer. But the what's MLM? You said music I love basically leans mask. I have nothing against femmes, but I'll pick Ryan Beatty over Conan. Yeah, Conan's been look, I couldn't even get into that Wishbone record. I tried, I couldn't. When I saw Ethel Kane live, there was a mix of straight and gay men at the show, so she kind of attracts a lot of different groups. And that's a good thing when you can get both of them in the same room together. Adam Lambert is hit or miss for me, and so is David. The way you said David Archuleta, I can't. No shade. David Archuleta is cute to look at. Yes, I want that man to sit on my face. He is 35. I can say that, and he is a man, even though he still looks like a child. But I want that boy to sit on my face. However, the songs ain't doing what needs to be done. It feels a little too cutesy gay pop music. And that's kind of like the thing I don't like about gay artists. I need y'all to get, like we said, beauty and ugly. I need y'all to get a little dirty with the music that y'all coming out with. And I do agree about the Adam Lambert thing. There was potential that I saw, and I'm like, I really need him to go there. Like, he has a great voice, but I always wanted him to go the dance music and the rock music and kind of marry that all together. And it seems like with this new album, now that he's independent, he's finally able to, and I have to listen to the whole album to see if he actually accomplishes this. But I feel like he's finally found the sound that I've said that you should have been doing the whole time, like that whole alternative, industrial, dance music, like, and kind of mix all of that, and the guitars and the rock, and mix all those things together, because he has the voice to be able to pull that off. And it's like the coldness of electronic music, but you have the euphoricness, the softness of, the vocal, man versus machine, like that whole vibe, and bringing that into the music. And I was hoping that, I hope that's what he's doing with this record, because it was like, yeah, your past stuff, there's certain songs I could listen to. It's cute, but your full records have never pulled me through. I did love that last EP he put out though, because it was like straight up dance music. Oh, you said Man Love a Man, MLM. I heard of SGO, which is same gender loving. So you learn something new every day. You said Matt Bernstein said it best. It's Pride Month. Only 2 musical acts recognize us, Madonna and the Spice Girls. Happy Pride Month to them only, because for someone with a huge gay fan base, there was Gaga. And everybody was talking about how they love Mayhem. I'm like, what album was y'all listen to? That album was not good. And it had a couple of good, don't get me wrong, it had a couple of good songs on it. I definitely feel like the Mayhem Ball, she finally figured out how to marry the theatrics of bringing that theatrical aspect and then the music into the situation. So the tour sold the album better than the album sold itself, in my opinion. But I was not pleased with, I thought Mayhem was a disappointment. But yeah, I just need my openly gay artists to give better quality music. Not Benadryl, child. With Pride Month posts, that should tell you everything. We're gonna be talking about her. I think she is our next topic. Once I get through all these damn comments, a lot of times gay artists focus on them being gay instead of focusing on the art. Yeah, and just write songs. We know, but child, we know you suck dick. Funny enough, that was one of the lines that Adam Lambert said in that interview with Monet. That shit was funny though. He's like, yeah, I suck dick. Now what else do you have to offer? It's like, that's what I've been saying. It's like, we know you gay. Can we get past that part? Like, give us some quality music. Talk about your relationships or just love in general and all those things. Honestly, just think that out men will always suffer in this industry in some shape or form. Whatever happened to Kevin Abstract? Didn't he put out music or something recently? I could have sworn that One of my friends, DJ Baker, was talking about Kevin Abstract. We all know what happened to Nas X and Adam Lambert. Yeah, well, Adam Lambert went independent. Hopefully, little Nas X doesn't say, because he has a fan base. If he could figure out a way to just be like, you know what, get you a good team together that cares about you, hire an A&R, get in the studio with some a good beat maker, hire an A&R that can steer the ship, and a good producer, whatever the case is, put that music together, hire somebody you may know. Luckily for me, it's like I know a photographer. I know this one, I know that one. If I wanted to put together an album tomorrow, I could do that. And then just put it together. The good thing is you have Apple Music, you got Spotify, you got all these things. You can just upload your music up there. I mean, I don't know how much it's going to cost if you want to print physical copies, where it's just like, CDs and vinyl and cassette tapes and things of that nature. And then the good thing is we still have record labels. I mean, not record labels. We still have record stores that's around where you can do CD signings, because it seems like now people that's making a comeback, which I think is interesting. Gaga needs to evolve production wise. Her lyrics are fine. I don't know, because I have to say that Mayhem Ball, the production was on point. I would have to say it was sickening the way she put her. I thought this was like, out of all the tours she put together, this was her best tour. Now I don't know how she's gonna top it with the next one if she does do one, but I think this was her best tour. I didn't mean to start a homosexual band and music tangent. Well, look, sometimes the one thing I love about doing this show is that it opens up a dialogue. Um, it opens up a dialogue to steer conversations in different directions. So it's not an issue of like, if you bring up something and you get me going, we can keep it going for as long as it goes. But he doesn't even rap anymore. All that white cock. He sucks. Turn him into a boring singer-songwriter. Didn't think I had to say this, but you need to be a talented writer to excel in that genre. And then what we say earlier about what Clive Davis said regarding songwriters and things. If you can't write that song better than the icons that came before you, don't do it. There's so many people out there that are great songwriters. Like for me, what I would do is, I mean, yeah, I can write, but also I don't mind getting in the room with other writers far more talented than me that can take things that I have on my mind written in a journal, whatever the case is, and taking those ideas and some of those things and the inspirations and turning it into a song. It's a collaborative effort, but people always feel like, I'm a fraud if I don't write my own music. It's like, get off that. Look, if you got issues with imposter syndrome, that's something you need to work out with your pastor. That's something you need to work out with Jesus. That's something you need to work out with your therapist. You worrying about this whole thing because you didn't write your song, then that means you're not a real artist. Whoever came up with that, you don't know dick about music or artistry. Mm-hmm. Isn't Dougie Fresh dead? So, he ain't a Scientologist no more. You said next Tuesday, the unrated version of Obsessed is coming after they rightfully so opted to do a full 45-day window. Well, I'll be watching it then. Billy comes home tonight with her James Cameron live concert film to rent or purchase. Well, I'll probably wait until it comes out streaming. I've still been trying to get around to watching that mockumentary with Charli XCX. I haven't gotten around to that yet. I know it's on HBO Max. So the last thing I watched on HBO Max was House of the Dragon season premiere last night. So I need to find the time to get around to that. And then I had to rewatch Friday's Drag Race because I keep falling asleep on it. Oh my God, I had to clear this other thing because it said I had 59 comments. But anyway, that was a good one that we focused on. But let's get back into the show, y'all. Because that was we spent a minute on that interesting or entertaining topic. Let's talk about Carly Rae Jepsen. So I guess congratulations to her. She just, she's a new mom. She had a baby and all these things. And now with the baby, she's releasing another baby. And that is in the form of a double album. So Carly Rae Jepsen announced today that she is releasing a 24-track double album called Day and Night. And it's coming out on September 18th via Interscope. The album will be divided into, well, obviously, it's a day and night sections, each of which will have 12 songs. According to a release, Day is organic and raw with live instrumentation and hints of 70 inspired psychedelic pop. Night is exploratory and intense, shifting into a sleek, synth driven world of dance pop. For the project, Jepsen collaborated with Tavish Crow, Kyle Shearer, Nate Seifert, and Cole MGN. And these the people that she normally works with. Now, Jepsen will give a first taste of the double album with the single On Wires out this Friday. She will launch the album with a headlining performance at New York City's All Things Go Festival on September 22nd, making her first live performance of 2026 at the top of the bill, which also includes Zara Larsson, Lola Young, she finally back making performing, Brandy Carlisle, and Muna. Because remember, at one point she was having a moment where she couldn't get her shit together and had to step away from the music and everything. Now, the pop singer has been teasing her return to music for the past few weeks with cryptic posts on social media featuring various images accompanying locations, dates, and times. Now, Jepsen last released her seventh album, The Loveliest Time, in July of 2023. As I didn't particularly care for the album, no shade, with as a companion piece to 2022's The Loneliest Time. Well, it was The Loveliest Time, sorry, in 2023. And The Loneliest Time came out in 2022. In August of 2025, she staged a one-night-only celebration of her landmark 2015 album, Emotion, which I know is like one of the breakout albums of her career. Everybody loves that record. I even love that record. I can't tell you how many times I revisited that album. I Really Like You. I love that song. I love Emotion and so many of the songs that come from that album. With an intimate and joyous anniversary show at LA's Troubadour. Now, Variety praised the anniversary show at the time, writing, "Those lucky few who made it inside were treated to a beginning to end and spot-on performance of Emotion, an album that reinforced the seriousness of pop music without taking itself too seriously." And I realized that there's somebody I know who's a DJ, was like, I don't particularly like her music. And I think that's the point. Maybe that's not why he's getting it, is because pop music is something that's taken seriously, but she's sort of like comes at it in a way where it's all in fun. Like, yeah, pop music is silly. And people try to take it seriously because people don't take pop music seriously, if that makes sense. But I'm just going to come at it with a wink and a nod. Similar to like what Kylie Minogue does. Like, Kylie Minogue comes at pop in a way where it's just like, people look at it as a dirty word. People look at it as disposable. And you get in for like a 3.5 minute song. Sometimes it's shorter. Where it's like, it's a fun little pop ditty. You can't get it out of your head. It's like, there's very much like that song is stuck in your head. And then you move on to the next thing. But when you listen to some of those pop songs, there is it's fun, but then there's times it could be deep and it could also be have some substance to it. So with all that being said, I'm definitely looking forward to Carly Rae Jepsen's new album. I'm looking forward to hearing what the music sounds like, and all 24 songs. I'm like, yeah, that's a lot. But if it's a whole concept of 12 songs, it's going to be this type of thing, 12 songs to be the type of thing, so it's a whole concept around it, I'd rather that than some of these other people that just be out here trying to rape the algorithm, like Drake with the 3 album situation, which we didn't need. And then Chris Brown, every time he want to release music, he want to give y'all 42 damn tracks, but there's no cohesion. There's no reason why this album is this long. It's just, this is all the songs that I recorded in the studio. I'm gonna just throw them out there and y'all gonna eat it up. But there's nothing of substance that comes with all those songs and me releasing all those damn songs. So shout out to Carly Rae Jepsen. Looking forward to hearing the new album when it drops in September. And I want to hear from you all. What do you think of this story regarding Carly Rae has got a new record coming out shortly right after just having a baby? So whatever, she probably was recording while she was pregnant, which you pretty much can do. If you're sitting at home all day and you can't move around and all this other shit, might as well get in the studio, write some songs, and sing in a mic. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Emotion is why the subreddit Pop Heads was created, because indie heads refused to allow conversations and subject on that album because it was pop music, not indie music. I think it was like a juxtaposition of the bit. And so I'm sure Carly is a lovely woman, but I've struggled getting into her music with the exception of Emotion. A lot of my curiosity came from all the praise it got. Best pop album of the 2010. Well, it definitely is one of the best pop albums. But then I feel like over the years, her music started to teeter a bit on the cheesy and silly. So I couldn't really get into her later stuff as much, but Emotion is definitely like the Mount Rushmore of pop albums. Her debut album, Tug of War, is very acoustic singer-songwriter album, so you can see the artistry in her pop music. Well, yeah, and a lot of times you hear artists talk about, well, yeah, if you like, some people are able to like take those songs that have like these big euphoric dance whatever or pop moments, but then it's like, oh, I could strip it down and do like a whole singer-songwriter on a guitar, that sort of thing. So, which I already, well, I already added to the pre-sale thing on Apple Music, so it's already in there. But I know you're saying it's like buy the physical copy. All right, so now speaking of new albums or upcoming albums, let's get into Miss Charlene, aka Charli XCX. So she recently did an interview with Rolling Stone where she addressed her comments about the dance floor is dead and the overall backlash that she received from that little comment that she ended up making, which of course eventually sparked Madonna having to jump in the conversation and throw a little shade at what she had to say. So a lot of people online haven't been riding with Charli XCX's pivot away from breakout album Brat, with the backlash pertaining in particular to her recent lyrical declaration that dance music is dead. And in a new interview, the pop star had basically was candid about how it's affecting her mentally. So she insisted she doesn't believe dance music is dying, despite sparking debate with the opening line of rock music. The singer raised eyebrows when she declared, I think the dance floor is dead, so now we're making rock music, prompting some fans and seemingly Madonna to react. Now, the Queen of Pop appeared to offer a cheeky rebuttal last month, posting on Instagram, if your dance floor feels dead, maybe you're playing the wrong music. So now it comes it comes as she gears to release her dance-driven album Confessions 2 on July 3rd, a sequel to 2005's Confessions on the Dance Floor. Now in her new Rolling Stone cover story, I think it's Rolling Stone UK, Charli has explained that the lyric was never intended as a criticism of dance music itself. She said that lyric is very much about my relationship with Brat and my personal experience with that album. Far from suggesting club culture is on its last legs, the singer argued that electronic music is thriving, which is pretty much what I said. But she said, my husband runs a dance music label. There's been such a wealth of incredible dance, electronic adjacent records that have been coming out recently, whether it's Slater or Underscores or Pink Panther. Okay, you get points for mentioning Underscores, number one, because I am obsessed with Underscore's new album, which is titled You, if y'all have not heard it. And I noticed that a lot of the who was it? I think Billboard or somebody put out, oh no, I can't remember who it was, but they put out best albums of 2026 so far, and Underscores is on there. So I'm sure it's going to be on a lot of people's list once we round up the year, including mine. Now, dance music is in an incredible place, she added. The comments come after rock music and the lead single from Charli's forthcoming album, Music, Fashion, Film, caused a stir online thanks to its guitar-heavy sound and provocative opening line. Some fans even question whether the singer was abandoning the dance pop style that made Brat such a cultural phenomenon. But Charli also used the interview to shut down claims that she is making a conventional rock album. She said, obviously, I know that there's been a lot of conversation around me making a rock album, which is something that I never said. I never thought about genre in a binary way, which is what I said. I said, Charli is not releasing a record of just, like, she's not going to go full rock. She's gonna change up, like she'll probably stick with the whole hyper pop genre, that the foundation of what she does is just you're getting different elements of a different genre of music, be it rock music, more rock guitars, that sort of thing. But the foundation will always be what it is. It's just I'm experimenting. And you would think, like with pop music, people need to realize that pop allows you to experiment with different sounds. Whereas if you're just specifically in one genre, like a rock artist or whatever the case is, a lot of people don't get the ability to, or afforded the ability to want to stretch and try different things. Pop music allows you to do that. So I just think people just need to wait and see and hear the full album to come to their own conclusion. But yeah, I mean, if you want Brat, then go back to Brat. And the little, what was it? didn't she do like a remix, whatever? Where she added more songs on deluxe edition. Like, just go back to that era if that's what you want. But I don't get people who just want artists to just make the same album over and over and over again. As an artist, you would want to experiment. But she also candidly spoke about being deemed a bitch by the public, adding that after she does interviews, you never know how it's going to turn out in text. This is probably going to be my last long form interview with a journalist for a minute, said Charli. The singer has been open about her struggles with anxiety, recently portraying the mental toll of the music industry in her 2026 mockumentary, The Moment. Well, maybe you know what she needs to. I think instead of just like doing it well, maybe you should probably try to do it in both. But you know, like some people do it in print, but also um do a audio, like a version where people get to see you do the interview. Like Rolling Stone, there's a recent interview of Charli doing this interview. Like, I don't know if it's the same interview, it might be, but she's doing an interview from a cemetery. I don't know if y'all saw that, but it's all over social media. I mean, it's on YouTube basically, because I watched the interview yesterday. So if that's what she wants to do, then I say like go with that. Like, try to do both, because people are always going to take what you say out of context. And don't get me wrong, I was one of them that actually thought that you was out here trying to throw shade at um dance music, because I'm like, oh, so because Brat made you famous, you finally got the fame that you wanted because of Brat. Now you kind of like trying to piss on what you created. And I guess that's probably like, when certain artists is like, you know what, I'm not that person anymore, I'm killing that era, and now I moved into a new era. So maybe that's in the way of what we have. And unfortunately, sometimes as artists, I feel like sometimes you got to explain your art to people, because a lot of people aren't going to get it, or people are going to take some things that you say out of context. But who has time to be sitting around always trying to explain themselves away to people that's always going to find fault in any little thing that you say and do? So now, speaking to Rolling Stone UK, she also outlined the toll of being interviewed by journalists has taken on her, admitting that some published articles have affected her physically. Charli says she believes in the benefits of therapy and admitted she needs to go more often. For now, she finds comfort in the company of her husband, 1975 drummer George Daniel. Well, look, dick and being in a relationship can't cure everything. Sometimes you do need to go to a therapist and just get out the things that are affecting you. Or, some artists use music as their therapy, or being a musician as their therapist, which is they just exercise their demons by writing all the stuff down and getting it out that way, instead of just relying solely on wherever it is that it is. But it's like, hopefully she gets the help that she needs. But I know it's not easy to be out here trying to navigate through a world where everybody's going to have an opinion of you, because artists, they sensitive about their shit, in the words of Erica Badu. So, shout out to Charli. I'm not. I mean, I'm kind of on the fence on this album so far, because I haven't really been feeling the singles like that. I'll listen to the full album, because I'm sure like when people try to drop singles, the singles like, they're all right. But then when you listen to the album in its cohesive form, it takes on a different vibe, and then the way that you come at it is completely different than when you take individual songs on the record and release them as singles. But when you listen to the record in a cohesive way, it kind of changes your perspective. So I'm just looking forward to the album when it comes out next month. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding what Charli XCX had to say about her "Dance Floor is Dead" lyric, and how a lot of times when she does interviews and people read things in print? Because I've always said this, even when it comes to when you tweet something, people can't read stuff in your voice or understand where you're coming from in the tone of which you write things. I'm somebody who has been able to, like, I could write something, and I've had people say, "Why did I just read that in your voice?" So I have a knack for, I could write something down and people totally get the context of what I'm saying. I ain't saying I always hit the ball out of the park, but for the most part, there is a skill that comes with that. And some people just write what they say, move on, and people will just take the stuff that they say out of context. So shout out to you, Charli. I definitely want to hear from y'all regarding this story. Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Mm-hmm. Runaway with Me is also the best. Yeah, that definitely, I do love that song. Underscores is opening for music, fashion, film. I'm trying to remember. Is it? Oh no. Is why do I think is Underscores also opening for? Oh yeah, I forgot they are opening for Charli on the tour. But I don't know why I was thinking. I was thinking Underscores was opening for Tove Lo, but she's not. Underscores album is based off the mall in San Francisco Stonestown Gallery. Such a nice nod. I always go there. You learn something new every day. I logged onto Instagram today, and a friend I've known for almost 10 years posted an underscore song on the Instagram note feature that also how I saw Madonna's interview. I always find it funny, like we have to say her interview, because interview is called and then interview. It's just weird when you say it like that. I saw an interesting analyst on Charlie's album cover. The Brat album cover could have been recreated by anyone with a painting app, but the music fashion film cover could have only been done by her. Well, especially because she had someone in the music industry, the fashion industry, and the film industry all on the cover instead of herself. With just 3 tracks available right now, and rumored Read My Lips with Faye dropping Friday, Confessions 2 is at 50 million streams on Spotify, and people still feel like that's not enough. But anyway, speaking of which, let's talk about Madonna, who's in the news again because she just did an interview with Interview magazine. So, of course, we got the highlights. One of the things that she is talking about is she's finally admitting why the biopic stalled over at Universal. And it's pretty much what I told y'all, budget issues. So, Madonna revealed to Interview magazine that a falling out with Universal Pictures is the reason her music biopic never went into production. The studio won a multi-studio auction in 2021 to make a film about Madonna's life, with the pop icon on board to co-write and direct the movie. Screenwriters such as Diablo Cody and Aaron Cressida Wilson were attached to the film over the years, while Ozark Emmy winner Julia Garner won the part of Madonna 2022 after a highly publicized audition boot camp. Yeah, because I remember they were saying that she put them through hell trying to get that part. You got to be able to sing, dance, do all the things. Dance and sing, get up and do your thing. And she used to say to everybody. Now, she said, I was supposed to make a movie about my life. I worked on the script for 2 years and spent 2 years at Universal Studios with the line producers doing budgeting and casting. This is what she told the publication. We had a falling out, me and Universal, regarding budget because I've had an extraordinary life. I've had a huge life, so I needed a big budget. You know what I mean? Now, according to Madonna, she said they couldn't get their heads around the budget required to make a biopic about her life. I do wonder what the budget was going to be. Because here's the thing. If Lionsgate could put up damn near $200 million, including the Jackson estate, I'm going to put up the other 50. I'll say this. The alleged budget for Michael Jackson's biopic was $150 million. Then when they had to do the third act reshoots, I believe the Jackson estate came in and footed the rest of the $50 million. They've already made their budget back. They're close to $1 billion. So y'all don't think that Madonna and Michael Jackson are of the same caliber? I mean, they were 2 of the biggest icons at the time. I mean, of course, we had Michael, we had Janet. We had Michael, we had Madonna, we had Prince, we had Whitney Houston. That was your Mount Rushmore of big iconic acts at that time. Maybe we can even throw in Tina Turner. But that was like mid-80s. 84, when she came on Private Dancer, right? But anyway, so Madonna is on the Mount Rushmore of pop icons. For them to be like, oh yeah, we want a bidding war, but now we just doing it. Like, what was the purpose of y'all bidding to do this thing, and you're not willing to foot the bill on a movie about one of the biggest female icons on the planet? It just doesn't make any sense to me. And then also she said that, child, we was even willing to go to Serbia to film the movie so that way they could cut the budget. But then the people that was part of the film, oh, you're not going to last 4 days in Serbia. And she's like, it's not like I'm on holiday. Like, my whole career has been about resilience and fighting and being able to push for the career I've had. Like, Madonna is one of the first, in my opinion, pop acts that didn't come from being a Nepo baby, that didn't come from being manufactured. She pretty much created the persona that she is. She had literally a pull yourself up by the bootstraps pop star that created everything on her own accord. Of course, yes, she had help and had a team of people, but she created the persona that she created. It wasn't something that was brought to her by a bunch of people behind the scenes. She's not like Britney Spears. She wasn't a puppet. So yeah, so then she went on to say, maybe they just didn't believe in me. One of the first reactions was, "We don't believe you'd stay in Serbia for more than 4 days." And I said, "Did you read the script? My whole life has been survival. I'm not going there for a holiday." But anyway, I was in limbo when that fell apart. And then Netflix reached out to make a series. That was a whole other long process because I couldn't use the script I had with Universal unless I bought it from them from an extortionist price, even though I wrote it. Don't ask. That's just the way it goes. I started trying to understand how making a series would work. It's a very, very different process. You have to meet a lot of writers and find the right showrunner, and I couldn't find one. This went on for another 8 or 9 months. I was like, good thing I have another job because I need to work. I need to create. I need to do what I was put on this earth to do. And I love the fact that Madonna is someone who doesn't just sit on her laurels being like, you know what, you put 4 decades into this career. You have an amazing body of work. Why don't you just do like all the other girls and just tour with the same fucking songs over and over? And I'm just glad that she decided, because I still have creativity in me. Who says that once you pushing 70 years old and I just got to get up on stage and sing La Isla Bonita for the 450th time in a different remix version, or Like a Virgin, or Like a Prayer, or any of the other big bops? I actually want to continue to create and give new music. So why not do that? Oh, speaking of which, one of my friends, because I was telling you that story earlier, that there was somebody who works with a friend of mine, Dengan Ardicchio, actually worked on the event that Madonna did with Honey Dijon, the little makeup situation at what was it, Macy's? Why did they refer to her as old frap? When they said, I was like, I was like, because I was like, wait, y'all trying to throw shade at Alison Goldfrapp? I live for Alison Goldfrapp. I'm like, what did she do to y'all? But then when they was talking about recently and she got a new album coming out, I said, I know y'all did not refer to Madonna as old frap. That is kind of funny though. But this is how my shady industry friends are. But anyway, so in regards to that, they also said, look, we definitely still need the biopic. I hope that Netflix, and I've said this for the longest, I understand they want to do a movie or whatever. Maybe the studios will change their mind because of the whole Michael thing. And I wish that was a follow. I don't know how long ago they filmed this interview or recorded the interview, but that would have been a great question to ask. Do you think this is what I'll put out there, do you think after now with the success of Michael that Universal will revisit the Madonna biopic and be like, you know what? So people have an interest in 80s icons like Michael Jackson. Madonna was just as big as Michael back in the day. She still has cultural relevance because she is one of the, as a friend of mine would say, shout out to one of my friends. How did I forget? Now it's like one of my friends and I forgot his damn name. Angel, that's his name. One of my friends, Angel, where he says she is the last of the Elm Street children, and I do agree with that. When you one of the last of the Elm Street children, the last one standing, you still have some cultural relevance, and people will sit and try to throw shade at Madonna, but she definitely still has a chokehold on the world and still has impact culturally and on pop culture. So I don't understand why they wouldn't consider being like, you know what, let's do something with her. But now she is working with Netflix. And I've said this from the beginning. I don't think she should do a movie. I think her career, there's so much that went on in the 4 decades of her career, way more than what we got with Michael, if you ask me. And way more interesting than the stuff we get with Michael, because we ain't learned jack shit from that damn Michael movie, except y'all just want to use that as an excuse to just play the damn music. I definitely feel like we can get further with Madonna in regards of doing a TV show versus a movie. And I hope that they'll still keep Julia Garner to play a young Madonna. So I hope that works out, because I don't think Excuse me, Universal owns her. But yeah, so now, and then also we have the studio that's supposed to be coming out season 2 at Apple. Madonna did film, they said 2 episodes. So I think it's gonna be a double episode, and we'll get more tea regarding that. Like there's, the studio is like a mockumentary version of like Hollywood and that sort of thing. So seeing that play out, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing that and how that whole situation works out. But I definitely hope that the biopic series on Netflix actually happens, which I believe it is, because now we can get into the the interview, because when she recently did the interview, she got a little more candid, which this article that I used doesn't get into it. So let's get into what she had to say in regards of that. I don't know why I decided to share that, but let's go back to this and let's read what she had to say. So um then she got into this whole thing about how it's a different process of how you put together a series. She said you have to meet with a lot of writers to find the right showrunner, and I couldn't find one. This went on for another 8 or 9 months, and said she had another job. Now, how she came up with Confessions 2, she said, I reached out to Stuart Price because I thought the world was in a very dark place and people needed to dance. I haven't worked with Stuart for a long time. We just done the Celebration tour together. But besides that, I didn't really see or speak to him for probably 15 years. According to people, she has a habit of once she's done with you, she's done, and she moves on to the next thing. Now, they said we just done the Celebration tour together, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. What if we try to make Confessions on a Dance Floor Part 2 and re-enter the world of inspirational dance music? So I came to London and I went to his studio, and we were just playing around to see if there was magic between us. I had a lot of stuff going on in my life personally. My brother was very, very, very ill, and my stepmother, with whom I'd had a very traumatic relationship throughout my entire childhood, had just died. She said, it's hard for me to write a song about nothing. I have to tell a story. So I wrote about a lot of family trauma, and then we started making dance music. I came back and forth a couple of times, and then I said, okay, this is right. This feels good. So unless Netflix is going to call me tomorrow with a writer I like, I'm going to start going down this road. Of course, in the middle of the process, more than like 75% of the way through, we found a writer, and I was like, I can't turn back now. I have to move this up a bit. So that's what I did. And so now that they have a writer, they can work on that stuff. But I think that she should just solely focus on Confessions 2, with the possibility of also putting together this tour and then, the biopic and everything else and going on. But I'm hoping that with the series, you have a showrunner, they handle everything, and she just comes on as a consultant and has pretty much and helps out with giving ideas, whatever the case is. Madonna, I don't want you directing, because quiet as it's kept, you're directing. I mean, let's stick to our strength. The music and everything, that's your strength. The filmmaking stuff, leave that to the professionals. As long as you get to have a say so over what goes on creatively. Now, she said, so I wrote, in regards to the album, she wrote a lot of family trauma, and then we started making dance music. I came back and forth a couple of times, and then I said, okay, this is right. This feels good. So unless Netflix is going to call me tomorrow with a writer I like, I'm going to start going down this road. And she said, yeah, for sure, because the writer said, I feel like the album was meant to be. And I do feel like everything happens for a reason. She said, yeah, for sure. Now that I've gotten through it, and so many very important things have happened to me along the way. For instance, I wrote a song with my daughter Lola. She approached me about writing a song together as a way to heal our relationship. It was a really important moment, and it solidified the idea that now is the time to make this record. Now, I want to focus on that, because she said that they wrote a song together to heal their relationship. And I definitely feel like where it says the reason why she's calling it Confessions 2 is because, yeah, everybody's going to dance, and how dance music is a threshold and it's about releasing yourself and feeling free and all the things that definitely helps with the sonically when it's coming to put together a dance record. But one thing people don't realize with dance music is about resilience. Dance music is about recital survival and that sort of thing. So it's like whenever you're dealing with a lot of stuff in your life, you go on the dance floor in the club and you just release all that negativity that goes on in your life, which is why there's been many times when I've gone through some shit. Whenever I would go to the clubs and I'm sweating out all those problems and everything, those are the times where you don't want the night to end, because it's just like, I just want to keep dancing. I just want to keep going. I don't want to have to deal with whatever issue that I'm dealing with. And I think that's what house music, that's what dance music, that's what the dance floor provides. But also when Madonna coming with from this substantial angle where she's like, I'm going to talk about things like the death of my brother. I'm going to talk about my relationship with my stepmother. I'm going to talk about my tumultuous relationship with my daughter. Who knew that she had some issues going on with her eldest child? But she said that that was a way for them to heal their relationship. I don't know what the name of the song is. I don't even know if she's revealed the name of the song that they worked on together. I mean, I did hear that she did work on something with Lola, but I'm looking forward to hearing what that song is and really getting into the pocket of the lyrics to understand like where Madonna's head is at today, instead of taking the lazy approach, which is what artists, a lot of the veteran acts do, the legacy acts, which is, oh, I'll just sit them and sing all my old songs and y'all can just write, give me some coins and that's it. I thought, no, I get bored with that. When you're an artist, you should always create until you don't have it within you anymore. Okay, so where was I? Okay, so then she said that with all these symbolic things happened, all these symbolic things happened. My stepmother died. My brother was ill. My brother died. My daughter approached me. You know what I mean? And then I thought, well, it's like the script of my film. It begins with death and it ends with death. But there's all this life in between. Paradoxical subjects, obviously, but death is a part of life. It just feels like I had a lot to get off my chest. And then the writer says it starts off so fun, really showing that you started in the club world and you got where you are from the clubs. That's always in you, which is what we talk about on here. And she said that she has a song that's not on the record, which I'm hoping they release it some capacity, called What Will Save Me. She said, I did it with Arca and Stewart. We all talked about feeling like outsiders and how the club life and being on the dance floor make you feel like you're part of a community without saying anything. It saves you every time, whether you're feeling down, whether you feel like you can't get it right, whether you feel like a failure, whatever. Go out dancing because it will save you. I went through all the darkness at the beginning, writing these songs with Stewart, and then we went full circle. And I'm like, okay, now what happens? How do we go? How do we get out of this? What happens when you walk into a nightclub or walk on the dance floor or go to a rave? Because as I said earlier, it's like life is heavy, so it's like when you go to the clubs, it's like all the heaviness that's going on in your life, you leave that behind and you bring that here, and it always seems like that comes with full circle moment. We're dealing with the shit we're dealing with this current regime, because they ain't a goddamn administration, they're a damn regime. When you're dealing with the regime like the Trump regime, uh people don't want to be dealing with heavy shit right now, so provide them with an escape, whether it's a movie, whether it's a book, whether it's music. And I always feel like music is the perfect escape, especially when you're dealing with dance music. But dance music doesn't have to be shallow. It doesn't have to be like vapid. It could also be, there could be some substance to it. Style and substance. And then they also talk about her song Danceteria, where she said, so how the story basically goes. In 1982, did she have any money in her wallet? And she said, no, I didn't have any money. I was really a scavenger. I surfed, I lived in people's apartments. They would let me come and stay for a few months, and I would sublet someplace for 6 months. Then I would move again. I was constantly getting kicked out. I was living in a place that was illegal. What do you call it? Not a building you can live in, but a building you can work in. And I guess they were calling it like pretty much an office space or whatever the case was that she was kind of hanging out in. And she was like, it was in the garment district. I surfed around all those buildings because people were making clothes and creating fabrics and designing on them and painting on them. A lot of people had lofts in these buildings, so they ended up living there illegally, and they rented out rooms. If there was a weirdo living on one floor, I go to the next floor. If there was a guy making porno films who wanted me to be in them and was constantly knocking on my door and freaking me out, I would be like, I gotta go to another floor. And then then she gets into talking about Danceteria. And she said, I made a demo tape of everybody, and I was told there was a DJ named Mark Kamens. Everyone was like, you gotta go there, you gotta meet him. You got to figure it out and try to dress interestingly because they won't let you in if you don't look interesting. I was like, oh, fuck, I don't have any interesting clothes. I was living in my dancer clothes because that's why I moved to New York to be a dancer. I probably look completely tragic waiting in line at Danceteria. That's when Martin Burgoyne came up to me. He was really cute, curly blonde hair, earrings up his ears, plaid gold shorts, Doc Martens, black frames, and a white t-shirt with a sweater vest over it. He's like, "You look lost," and I was. He said, "Come with me, I'll get you in." And he just crashed to the front of the line. Everybody knew him. He said hi to everybody. The doorman opened the velvet rope. He brought me in, and my whole life changed. And obviously, I went there a lot because I was figuring out a way to butter up to Mark Kamens. And it also goes to show, like, you know what? Stuff like this it was meant for you to be there at that time. So the universe is shifting things to happen the way they're supposed to happen. And then she goes on to say, he saw me as a complete stalker. Someone would say, there's Mark Kamens, and I go sit next to him and say, hey, I know you're the DJ here, and I've been working on this music, and I love to get a chance to play it for you if it's possible. He was cute, and I was turning on the charm as much as I could, and he'd be like, you know how many people bother me about wanting to play me their demos? He left, but I kept harassing him. I just kept coming back. I made friends with Debbie Mazur, who was 16 when she was working there and lying about her age. She was going to the Wilfred Academy of Hair and Beauty Culture, and we hit it off right away. She used to put the elevator on hold, like press the emergency button and come out and dance with me. She had the most incredible looks all of the time. Her face was beat, her hair was done. I kept going, damn girl, how do you look so good? I have 3 pieces of clothing and I don't even know how to do my makeup. But Debbie and Martin really shepherded me around, and eventually I ended up in a bathroom with Mark Kamens, and I saw him snorting that booger sugar. She said, he's dead now. I could say that. So I'm like, girl, you out here spilling people's tea. Wait, hold on, because I went down too far. That's what I hate about these videos. I mean, this thing, because I went down too far. Okay, so and then the writer goes, go on. She said he was a wonderful guy, but he did a lot of things people did in the 80s that they shouldn't have done. You know what I'm talking about? And then Ottenberg, who's the interviewer, was like, of course. She said, I started putting 2 and 2 together, and I was like, okay, he likes this, he likes that. So one day, me and Debbie got this idea that this is going to sound terribly manipulative. From the get-go, I was like, I'm making it. I'm going to be somebody. Nothing could stop me. I was paying attention to shit. I also realized that if you're partying, you're not paying attention to shit. So I never got into that either. I'm sure I was the only sober person at Danceteria. So anyway, I bought him some booger sugar in the bathroom, took him in the stalls, me and Debbie, and then she did admit she did some bumps. But she also said it hurt her throat. And I was like, this isn't a good idea for a singer. I want to have a job more than I want to have fun right now. So anyway, we made out. We did a little blow, and he agreed to listen to my demo. Is this too long of a story? No, please never stop talking. Is what Ottenberg said. So he goes, one night, Michael Rosenblatt from Sire Records was there, and he was in the DJ booth. I could go in the DJ booth now because we swapped saliva. And then they started laughing. Or should I do like, drag T Silverback? They both laughed and gasped. He does that shit, which annoys me. But anyway, so he said, so Ottenberg said, you're hanging out, as they say. And Madonna was like, sure. I convinced him to play my cassette tape. Those days, you could play a cassette tape as part of a DJ rig. And then Ottenberg asked, had he heard it yet? And then Madonna was like, he listened to over headphones. There were 2 DJs up there at the time, so he wasn't spinning. He listened and he got an idea. When he started mixing his set, he mixed it into a song. So, and then she was asked, do you know what the song was? And then Madonna goes, it could have been Curtis Blow or the Sugar Hill Gang or African Bambaataa. But so anyway, he started playing it and people kept dancing. That was the test. Did they keep dancing? And people need to realize that back in the day, even when I was old enough to go to club, or I shouldn't say old enough, because there was times when I wasn't old enough and I was going to clubs. But when the times of you would go to the clubs and all this other stuff, the ultimate test would be if they played your song and people were still dancing, it was a hit. If you cleared the dance floor, oh no, you better go back to the drawing board. But that was a lot of, back in those days, the clubs, the dance floor was the ultimate litmus test on if your song was a hit. Not the way they doing shit now. It was always the clubs were always the ones that had their ear to the street, the movers and the shakers of what was hot and what wasn't. And so then they asked, right, do they keep dancing? Does it work? And then Madonna goes, yeah, does it work? It worked. And Michael was there. They were looking at each other and they were looking at me. I was in the DJ booth. He played it a second time later in the evening. And I went down to the dance floor and danced to it with Martin there watching over me like my guardian angel. And then they were, as you're pretty popular at this point, you're kind of ruling. And she's like, no. And she was like, I wasn't popular at all. And then she said girls threw drinks at her. I wasn't popular. I was irritating to everybody because I was a dancer and I wasn't dancing anymore. I would just go crazy on the dance floor, getting it out of my system by myself. And then people immediately think you're weird. And she's like, she forgot to take her medication or something because it was like, yeah, all that other stuff. So then eventually Michael brought me to Seymour Stein, and that's how I got signed to Sire Records. But getting back to Danceteria, obviously Martin was my bestie. He, Mark, and Debbie, and lots of other people. That became my community, my friend group. We were always together. That was one of the most fabulous times of my life. You were probably around or. And then Ottenberg was like, no, I'm turning 50 this month. And she said, oh, yeah, so then you came up post-AIDS craziness. And then Ottenberg was like, well, I came up in AIDS sphere. I moved to New York in 1998. So then it goes on and on and on. But I just wanted to tell y'all that specific story because it leads into Mel Ottenberg is who pretty much she did the interview with. I wanted to get the first name. But so, yeah. So that I just want to give y'all a bit of that so that way you understand the foundation of when you notice, when you look at the Danceteria music video, which you see the clip of it in the Confessions to mini movie that she made that she premiered at Tribeca Film Festival. Debbie Mazel reference, being in the bathroom, passing her cassette to the DJ, the Coke reference, like all of that plays into her history of how she got to where she is today. It all started at Danceteria. So the history and all of that, and her explaining that in the interview, I just want to give people context of that situation. But before we get up out of here, I don't know if y'all seen the photos, but I definitely did share a couple of them. Let's go through a couple of them while we're at it. I did show y'all this one earlier. There's the cover. Then we got this one. She looks good in these photos, though. And then I don't know what Madonna's obsession is with the cigarettes and everything in her pictures, but she does a lot of that. That face is snatched, though. And I love the stockings with the garter. This is interesting. She definitely looks like Rocco's mother in this photo. So yeah, and then of course she always does like that man outfit. I mean that man sitting, like when you sit and the man spread and that sort of thing. I do like this look though with the purse. It's giving like, I forgot who she calls herself in the interview. Well, I think she named the character that you see in these pictures. She named him Dee Dee, which is like some lady that likes to smoke cigarettes and listen to a lot of, oh, they said a fun, hard living broad who drank Prosecco, did her hair big, and blasted the Stones till we got kicked out. So basically that's, and I love the fact when artists do that, where they create characters and they channel that character through whatever it is that they're doing, regardless of the performance and things. Like when you're embodying a character, when you're doing a photo shoot or an album or whatever. So yeah, so that's the latest. If you haven't read the full interview from Interview, I advise you go and do that. Go over on interview.com and look up the interview. I do have it linked over on my website, chrisavalon.com. You could definitely go read it there. If you want to read the full interview, it's a very good interview. So I definitely am looking forward to this new era that we have coming from the Queen of Pop. I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding everything we talked about? The biopic situation, as well as the whole concept behind the Confessions 2 album and Danceteria and the development of how she got her deal. So all of that, I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. And speaking of comments, we got a whole lot. Jaw drop when I saw the cover. I love how she's working with the more trendy photographers whilst Mariah sticks to her bread and butter. Yeah, when you decided to paralyze yourself by just working and doing the same angles, because they said this is not good. So I'm like, girl, you still haven't dealt with whatever your insecurities was from whatever traumas you've had as a child. This is what you still focusing on. It was a dagger to my writer's heart to hear she wrote the script herself and she got it snatched away from her. She also was talking about in the article that I didn't read about that she says that she handwrites everything, all her lyrics. She reads it off of paper. Then if she wants to make changes, she scribbles it out and goes to the next page. So she always says that everything that she creates, handwritten. But I love that. She said you can't get anything from digital, like texting and all this, so there's no soul behind it. But to me, that was like what annoyed me with the fact that I wrote this script and now Universal's like, it's ours. You got to buy it back because we gave you the money to put this thing together. We're not going to go forward with it. And now I want you to pay this hefty sum to get it back. So to me, it just seemed like Universal tried you from the beginning. So welcome. The interview was really good. She got really personal and intimate. She seemed comfortable with the guy who interviewed her. She said she used to exercise on a trampoline, but because of her knees, now she can't do that anymore. Well, yeah, at a certain age, you don't want to be doing that crazy shit. I wonder if the celebration tour money was used to buy the script back. And well, she didn't buy the script back. They still own it. And an agreement was they couldn't release the visual film from Mexico City. So they still own the rights to the book, to the script. Now it's like they're developing it as a series. If it's not a biopic, please have it a doc on the making of each album. I was saying, like, even do it in a Kylie Minogue type of way of how Kylie did hers. I mean, I'm not saying you got a copy, but just do like a series where they interview you when you look back on certain things and reminisce and that sort of thing. But then some people's like, well, we already have enough stuff about Madonna. Yeah, interviews that she's done over the years, but never something where she sits down and does a retrospective look at her past life and her career. They had this interview in April, if I remember correctly. So yeah, that was in the midst of all the phenomenon surrounding the Michael biopic. Right? When did Michael come out? I don't even remember. Child, these movies come and go so damn quickly. I think Michael did come out in like April, right? So, but I don't think it was doing what it was doing. I mean, it was a huge hit. Don't we have a Whitney biopic? I mean, I don't know anybody that saw it, but there's a Whitney biopic. Or maybe you mean a good one. I know Robert said they wanted Sydney. Child, first of all, I believe she was in the running to play her. She went up for it. I believe Florence Pugh. There was a couple of singers that also went up for the role. But no, I think Julia Garner is the right choice. First of all, Julia Garner looks like a young Madonna. And I feel like we saw it in that Bring Your Love video. Although I do feel like Julia was wasted. Like, you just want to do like this wig thrown off thing and she looks at the camera and that was it. I'm like, you could have did more with her. But she wasn't gonna say all that. She was just gonna be, oh, we lost contact in 15. I'm like, child, the people don't just all of a sudden it's like, oh well, now I want to revisit the dance thing, and he's someone who totally gets me, so I'm gonna go to him instead of having to work with newer EDM acts or dance music artists. Well, you stupid. Because of the titties, right? Yeah, I want to dance with somebody. I was like, oh no, I ain't see your damn movie. And he said rumors are screaming it's gonna happen in Vegas. I heard those. I heard about it from Critical Overlord, but after a while, I got to turn him off because he'll have like a minute, like 90 seconds of tea from stuff about Scream, and then go on the same rant about how, oh, y'all keep using Sydney in this way, and if you're gonna keep doing it, I was like, okay, you said this every time you do a video, and it's no shade, but I'm just saying, if you're gonna bring it up, I'm gonna call it out. And I was like, okay, can we just, if you don't have nothing else to offer, hold on to that shit. But like I said, it is rumored the death will be Lady Gaga doing a live show. Gaga thinking a dancer is Ghostface only until it's too late. Can you imagine if they actually do that, where they have like a pop star that gets killed off? Dance music is about healing rather than about escapism, which is something a lot of people don't understand. Absolutely, it is about healing. Because, and that's probably why the reasons why that's like the only genre of music I really listen to. I mean, I listen to other genres, but dance music has always been sort of like my foundation of music that I've always like stuck with. The biggest pop star of your generation, guess again, they'll use the stratosphere ride with a 6-year-old kid will be the victim if Ghostface. Well, we'll see if all this turns out to be whatever it is. Part of why people hate Madonna because she survived her near death experience. People thought she died in 2023, but she didn't, so it upset me. Yeah, I think a lot of times Madonna's biggest issue is that she's alive. People have a problem with the fact, I mean, look, she's always said that the most controversial thing she's ever done is stuck around. And I definitely believe in my heart of hearts that is true. That the fact that she's still here, I'm still here, here. Shout out to Tisha Campbell. But it's like, yeah, the fact that she's still here and still beating and still doing her thing and reminding people that I'm an older woman doing this, and this, they don't have a problem with it. Yeah, y'all got but y'all real quiet over the Rolling Stones who just released a new video where they de-aged themselves. So where's the energy in that situation? I don't hear none of y'all calling the Rolling Stones old or whatever the case is, even though Keith Richards did recently come out and say that this might be their final, that they might be done with the whole touring thing. They don't even know if it's sustainable anymore unless it's in the form of a residency. Well, maybe my boys can go and have them do a residency at the Sphere if they want to go do something. That they could do a couple of dates there for nostalgia's sake, and then their fans will come out and support them. If the unreleased song Arca isn't on Arca's album, that would guarantee a deluxe album if she played. That was another thing too. I think if it doesn't, I wouldn't even think about that. I was like, look, if Madonna doesn't do anything with the song, maybe Arca could take it and rework it and put it on his album. Because of getting a Madonna feature, to me, that would be the ultimate flex. I mean, we know they've worked together before, and Arca's in the music video in the bathroom stall with, what was it, Richard Grant and Shy Girl. I feel so free. It's definitely about shedding your old skin, a new persona. I wish I could be like other people. Like I said, there's a song called "What Will Save Me" that's not on the album. Yes, that was mentioned. Dee Dee was the character's name. Reminds me of Little Kim's Labella Mafia photo shoot compliment. Italians sure do love their mafia guns and cigs. Yeah, it was definitely given like she was playing into Italian mafioso or a gangster mall type of vibe. Speaking of which, I was just over on Paramount Plus and they got all 3 Godfather movies on there. I said, oh, I haven't seen Godfather in a month of Sundays. Why do I kind of want to write Dee Dee's fiction? Well, go ahead and do it. Write Dee Dee's fan fiction. That's what I hate about texting. You can't read emotions through text. I say that all the damn time. It's like people don't really get what you're trying to say or emote through a text or a tweet or any of that mess. Do you think Madonna will ever write an autobiography? I mean, I certainly would like one. I feel like that's more the safe bet. Write an autobiography and then just read it in an audible. That I'll listen to because I would want to hear it in her voice. But I don't know. For some reason, I want to see it in a movie form. But I do feel like the safer bet will be in book because people won't have autonomy over what you're saying. It's you telling your story. But I don't know if she would want to do that. But you know what? If Michael can get his little safe biopic, I don't know why we can't get one from Madonna. But maybe going on Netflix would be the best bet. But I hope what they would do is don't drop them all at once. It would be nice if they kind of took a different approach and just be like weekly drop the episodes. To me, I feel like it would stick more in the conversation. Living is the greatest form of revenge. Madonna is still here and ain't going away. It's, not only is living the greatest form of revenge, so is success. Rod Stewart basically had to finish the show in Utah. Oh yeah, I saw that mess. I'm like, look, if it's at a point where y'all feeling at any point you about to drop dead as an artist, then don't do it anymore. I don't know why these people subject themselves to torturing themselves unless you got some financial issues. But if your lungs ain't able to hit the note, because you got these 2 little circular things in your lungs vibrating to make sound, if you can't do that no more, then don't subject yourself to the torture. Because that was kind of embarrassing. She could sell the rights to the book for a few years where the script becomes property of the studio. Yes, it is. So was the lyric in Forbidden Love. Ozzy Osbourne was doing shows while he was at Moy, and we saw what happened to him. Wait, what happened? Oh. All right, y'all. So that was fun. Now let's get into this story. Let's talk about SZA. So SZA is calling out artists who support AI, like Diplo, and among others, because Diplo came out and showed his entire ass in regards of, that whole situation. So, SZA took to Instagram on Saturday to slam artists using AI music generators such as Suno. Isn't that Timbaland's thing where he goes on Suno? Alleged producer Diplo had equity in the company and was trying to train it on the best and brightest black minds of writers and producers. Now, y'all want to run out here and call people colonizers? As cute as Diplo is, he one of the main ones. And that's no shade. We could call the thing a thing. We make up 13% of the American population, yet influence the world with our sound and perspective. This is what she wrote in a caption on her private, not music. Wait, what? Not music. What is this? Okay. What are these? Whatever her damn Instagram account is. I'm not even trying to read all of that. So she said, I ain't heard a white AI song yet. We have no protection in legislature, medical or creative, the easiest to steal from. Do not give away your vibranium. Not her from my vibranium, bitch. Do not train AI with your genius. And I do agree with that. It's like, y'all, and this is why he came out and made that little comment that he felt like, oh, well, I don't need to use musicians anymore. Yeah, but when you train in artificial intelligence to sound like some of the biggest creative people that are black in the music industry, and I do agree with that. We have so many incidences that's going around where there's no protection for musicians in this situation, yet y'all be finding ways to always steal from people with the greatest minds. So I agree with her. Don't give away your vibranium. Wakanda would never sell it to the colonizers, so y'all better not do it either. Now, while a rep for Diplo did not immediately respond to Variety's request for comment, he has spoken positively about using Suno and AI. SZA brought her frustration to her main eponymous Instagram account, claiming in a story post that a search for her name showed AI models have been trained on 238 of her songs, which is crazy. And I just heard recently that Kylie Minogue had to go through something where somebody was making music that sound like her and was training AI to sound like it. So she going through it too. So yeah, SZA, there is somebody white that shit is getting stolen, but she's a pop star. But anyway, so she said, if you're a musician and you support this degenerate shit, you're disgusting, and there's nothing you could ever say to me to make this okay. I hope you have the life you deserve. Now, reps for SZA did not respond to immediate requests for comment. A Suno spokesperson declined the comment and pointed to a LinkedIn post from a company's chief product officer, Jack Brody, who wrote last week that Suno's training metadata does not include artist names, cannot replicate material if it was trained on, and that Suno has increasingly tried to improve impersonation detection. That's bullshit, because a lot of times when it comes to these people, y'all will go, haven't we seen like with Suno or whatever, you can go in and program it like, well, oh, I want it to sound like this artist vocally, but production wise, you can make it sound like you can program it to do whatever it is that you want. And then it comes out sounding like a replica. And then people are wondering, and then people sitting here thinking that artist came up with that. And it's like, no, I didn't. That ain't mine. So to me, it's like, look, I have no problem with AI. If you need help with trying to create something and you need technology to help you out with it, I have no problem with it. When people abuse technology or take advantage or rip people off, that's when it becomes a problem. So there needs to be sort of like a fine line. But it seemed like a lot of these people, and you would think that somebody of Diplo's character, you're somebody who's a creator, so you're just being fucking lazy, in my opinion, by relying on some damn AI tech to give you whatever it is you need to make it sound like however you want it to sound. Now, SZA's frustration over the music industry adoption of AI reflects the variety of stances musicians have taken to the technology, with some ranging from embracing to evisceration. Jack Atnoff, who I'm working his show tomorrow, shout out to Bleachers, have taken to the tech, with some raging. Oh, sorry. Jack Atnoff last month called those who made music with AI godless whores and bad actors that will willingly reveal themselves through slop. Well, goddamn. While producers like Will I Am, oh please don't even get me started with Will I Am. Will I Am to me is another one. You black, but you a colonizer. All of a sudden, you jumped on the whole EDM bandwagon, and you pretty much, I mean, no shade. They did have some bots, but Black Eyed Peas did come out with music that kind of sounded a little AI sloppish before AI was even an AI. Now, producers like Will I Am and Timbaland have invested in AI companies. Sony Music, which owns SZA's label RCA Records, is also in active litigation against Suno and competitor Udio. So labels Warner Music Group and Universal Music Group have settled their lawsuits against the music generators. Those settlements prompted another lawsuit against the labels by the American Federation of Musicians. Diplo has taken a similarly direct approach by slamming artists who oppose using the tech. Well, if people don't want to use it, you don't have a right to. Why do you want to slam them for people being against it? He, in an April interview, said that there's no fighting AI and that he didn't need human voices for his tracks anymore because I can get the best voice from AI. Well, yeah, you got to program it to sound like whatever it is you want to sound like. And if you're trying to get a good voice, how are you getting that voice? Because I'm thinking that you got to program it to sound like whatever artist you don't want to pay. Because that's what it boils down to when y'all get up in this whole AI situation. It's a cheaper way to not have to pay artists for their time and compensation. That's what it's giving. So they said the customer and accessibility is what's always going to be triumphant. You're never going to be like, I'm going to choose the artistry and the hard work. You can talk that all you want. And some people will love that. But 99% of people are going to want to love the best product made the quickest, made the cheapest. That's what the American economy is. Didn't I just say that? And this is the first time I'm reading this article. I said it's about because you don't want to pay people for their time. You want to come up with something quick. You want to come up with something cheap. And you want to be able to come up with something where you don't have to pay people for their contributions. Now, in a follow-up Twitter post, when this is a lot of these artists, this is their livelihood. So in a follow-up Twitter post, Diplo wrote that artists need to adapt or just like give up and become an Uber driver until everyone has a Waymo. I know it's not cool or classy to speak like this, but I'm not going to candy coat the future. It is what it is. Sorry for bad news. Why they put news apostrophe S? There's no apostrophe in news. That just bothered me right there. That's why I had to reread that. But anyway, it says, sorry for bad news, my purist. There will always need. Okay, I think you meant to write, there will always be a need for. Hold on. Let me scroll. Who wrote this shit? Is this Variety? Variety. Come on now. Y'all up in here needing. Now I got to proofread y'all shit. Come on now. You're a reputable source. Come on, proofread before y'all hit send. The fuck. But anyway, so there will always be a need for a human mind and touch because AI will never suffer from bipolar disorder. Why am I laughing at this? Because this sounds like some real dick shit that he just said. It will never suffer from bipolar disorder and autism like me. Oh, he's autistic? I mean, no shade, I still hit it. But I'm like, you autistic? Because you said, I'm like, how you going to separate some people who got bipolar, autism, whatever? And I guess he's saying you ain't got to deal with people when they crazy mind or whatever the case is. At least if you're dealing with a machine, it doesn't talk back. It doesn't do it like. And I know a lot of people are expecting the worst. Y'all think when it comes to AI, it's going to turn into some Skynet, Terminator type shit. And he's like, no, it's not going to become that until it does. When you get people like Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Muskie trying to get up in the whole AI situation and what they want to turn, with how they crazy their minds work. So now it's unclear whether Diplo, who invested in the AI research startup Aru earlier this year, is indeed a Suno investor. Suno CEO Mike Schulman said earlier this month that some of the best artists, producers, songwriters, and people from across the country contributed to the company's $400 million investment round. Those Suno reps have declined to reveal which artists those were because yeah, they don't want the backlash. But at least you know what? I'll give it to Diplo. At least he had the cojones to get up out here and staunchly defend it and say what he said, whether we agree with it or not, or whether we have these fears on what this means for artistry in the future. That now that AI has kind of crept its way into the musical landscape. But I do feel like at the end of the day, there was some artists who said this, I can't remember who. But at the end of the day, you know what? Creativity is always going to be triumphant over the whole AI thing. If that's what you want to use to help you get what you need to get creatively, you go ahead and do it. But I'm sure there will always be people out here who are going to find ways to be creative without having to resort to artificial intelligence to be able to get their point across or to exercise their creativity. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? What SZA had to say about people who support AI music, and what do you think about Diplo and people like Timbaland? It's funny how it's the producers that are defending it, the Timbalands and the Will I Ams and the Diplos, and you have the artists like Jack Atnoff and SZA who are vehemently against it. So whatever your thoughts are on this matter. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I was like, why is it not okay? Why hold on. Why is this video just playing? That was annoying. It's like, why are you not listening to me? So regardless of that, because it was this video I was trying to pull up for the next segment, and I didn't think it was going to just do whatever. But anyway, whatever your thoughts are on that messy matter that just happened, well, not just happened, the one that we talking about now with the AI situation, whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. I'm like, that was fucking annoying that it just did that, but whatever. Because I was trying to open that clip and mute it quick so y'all didn't hear it. And it's like, for some reason, this video did not want to open. Piece of some of my bitch. But anyway, let's see what the people are saying up in here. I think after doing Rebel Heart with Madonna, his ego got bigger. I don't, because I don't like that bitch anymore. I had a friend who was using Suno and doing songs with it, and he was acting like he was doing what I do, spending hours putting something together. I mean, I don't know what it requires to put something through Suno. I don't understand it, but um, but yeah, I like the whole. I mean, if you can find a way to make it easier for yourself to be creative, I don't see that as a problem. But um the whole AI thing where it's like y'all don't want to pay artists for their time because you can't sing or whatever, then I was trying to see. Okay. Because I was wondering, I was like, it was telling me that I guess I was trying to find out if the other job because I was supposed to work at City Field today, but I was like, no, I don't want to do it because it's a rain out. Apparently they did postpone it. Thank God. Because I was like, can you imagine if I would have went all the way over there and then I was like there for nothing? I'd have been annoyed. Because like, look what I did. You don't like what I did? No, because it ain't real music. You use an AI while I'm actually up in here slaving over this machine, coming up with a whole goddamn remix from my brain and taking that idea from here and putting it in the machine. And you over here just typing in a couple of shit, and then the machine does all the work. I'm assuming that's how AI works. And you said the best thing that came out of Black Eyed Peas was Fergie. And you seen like when they just got that American Music Award, how it looked like Will I Am was tight. I said, yeah, probably because you wanted to be her Fergie in the group. And people wasn't really paying attention to y'all until y'all added a white woman to the mix. What I can say about something that takes no effort to actual work. A24 sold out to Peter Thiel's dialogue company. Oh yeah, I did hear something about with A24. Tonight is 10 days to Confessions 2. Yep, got about a week and some change. I swear generative AI is going to be a downfall in the long term, the rate, the and directions. Well, and I'm going to sit back with my popcorn and watch. For an artist to not come from the streaming era, this album's performance is much better than Mariah. Well, child. Mariah Carey makes $20 million a year from All I Want for Christmas Is You. She could just settle and just enjoy that coin. I'm not against AI. I just don't want it used for hate. But unfortunately, someone like Musk will feed and that's the thing that I don't like too. Is like, if people want to use AI for stuff, go ahead. But I just don't like when y'all creating these data centers, the effect it's having on the neighborhoods and what they're putting these data centers from in our solar system and that sort of thing. And the fact that you have like these rich people out here who are using it for a negative. And I do agree with this one. The fact that he made that little Uber comment is like, Diplo, I was gonna say go sit on a dick, which you probably have already, but go sit on 1,000 dicks, because I didn't like that comment. I was like, how you throwing shade at the Uber drivers? Because look, they already have cars that self-drive. I've heard a friend of mine who lives out in LA that works with a lot of industry people. He's used them. I was like, I seen what happens when them self-driving cars in Total Recall. I was like, the machine started doing whatever the hell it wanted. I was like, nope. I would rather be in a car and behind the wheel, and I'm in control of the situation. I'm not getting no self-driving vehicle. Even though I remember when I was a kid, there was always like this thing in the future that we were actually going to have those. And we all thought it was the coolest thing. And now when we look back on it, now that we're here in a way, we're like, oh no, I don't like the idea of a self-driving vehicle. Don't tell me today's artists that's impossible. Madonna's contemporaries failed to span generations, including Mariah Carey. Outside Christmas, her fans noticed. And nobody cared about that last record, because I have to agree, that last Mariah album was ass. I also don't like it when people compare AI to Vocaloid or the Gorillas, which are totally different types of music production. When you said the Gorillas, aren't you talking about the band? Well, that was a different thing that I was thinking that they were doing. He said the producers okay with AI were probably working with a program instruments and close to zero actual instruments anyway. So yeah, because when you think about it, it's like a lot of these people, like the Timberlands and the Will.i.ams and the Diplos, are probably not classically trained. That they have guitars and pianos and all these things programmed in the computer. So I think maybe that's the standpoint they're looking at it from. And then now that there's an ability where you can program vocals into a computer and make it sound, I can raise the thing to make it sound this way, or I could lower it, and you could do so many things to manipulate a vocal. People that, I don't even need to hire singers. I can just create whatever I want in a computer. My ex-friend, I got plenty of those. My ex-friend explains that he doesn't like dealing with people or depending on others to do his work, so AI was a blessing for him, and disregard the images of other work that is used to create. Well, I said he don't like dealing with people. So when it's time to perform your music, you gonna perform it in a room by yourself? Because you got to deal with people. And to me, it's like, yeah, if it comes down to instrument, because it's like, yeah, I mean, I can play a piano, but if you don't know how to play a guitar, you need a guitar sound. If you don't know how to play drums, like you can work on those stuff in the studio. And then when I'm touring, it's like, oh no, I want the actual musicians to come out on tour with me. Like that, I would be for that. But I don't know. These people, the people like Diplo, he's just behind the decks DJing all damn day. So he's not even using like a band or anything. All right, y'all. So now let's get into this story. Let's talk about The View. So I'm sure y'all been hearing as of late, ABC and View's been going through it because, they've been they're pretty much staunch. They have a disdain for Donald Trump, as many people do. I mean, even his own regime, like his own supporters are starting to abandon him. Yeah, you got the people still in the cult, but for the most part, there's a lot of people out here that feel, oh, I was conned and I'm a triple trumper and I've been duped, and he said he was going to bring down the price of eggs and groceries and all these other things, and everything's going up. And you had recently JD Vance went on The View and just act like he was completely oblivious to what was going on in the world around him. Like he had no idea that black people, like things in black museums or any kind of black history was being removed from a lot of places. A lot of black women were losing their jobs due to DEI, especially a lot of black women losing their federal jobs because of DEI and that sort of thing. And he act like he had no clue. Mind you, he married to a whole brown woman. Usha, she ain't a cracker. But apparently he had no idea that all this stuff was going on. So he played obtuse or just dumb. Funny enough, I had somebody who didn't realize, because I would say less than smart. And they were like, less than smart is another word for stupid. I'm like, yes, it's a nicer way of saying that somebody's stupid. It's less than smart. I'm like, have you never heard that term? I'm just being nice about calling somebody. I don't want to say stupid. I just say less than smart. So when you're less than smart, what are you, dumb? Obviously. So now with all of this stuff going on where Trump is going after her, and I'm glad that ABC has not bent the knee like the idiotic Ellisons have over at CBS. Now we're hearing the news that they're trying to steamroll really quick this merger between Paramount and Warner Brothers without all the people going in and dotting the I's and crossing all the T's to make sure there's no kind of craziness going on. And now we got the Department of Justice trying to push all this stuff forward. And Barry Weiss, that four-eyed cunt, can't wait to get her hands over on CBS so she could ruin what's left of that, just like she already ruined CBS News in fucking 60 Minutes. And then people sit up here trying to act like, well, I don't think that's what they're going to do. I saw the writing on the wall from the fucking beginning when they started bringing certain people in and what they stand for. This is all to appease this president because he's thin-skinned, because he can't take constructive criticism. The man sharts on himself in real time whenever you're in a room with him. He has to wear a goddamn diaper at 80. His mind going bad in 4K and in real time. And now when anybody says anything remotely about him, especially them over there on The View, which Whoopi Goldberg refers to him as you know who, now we got the FCC, Jeff Carr, fucking ass, and the rest of them over there are trying to go at ABC. And so now what ABC has done is they've opted to include the studio audience into the drama conflama that's going on over there, meaning like it's up to y'all to help send stuff to the FCC to get up off the back of these ladies. So if y'all love this show, and y'all do know that The View is one of the highest rated daytime shows, I think it's #1 over there, which ain't saying much because a lot of shows got canceled in daytime, and that's no shade, I'm just saying. But with all this being said, it's like it's throwing people through a loop and then asking for the people's help against Disney in their fight with the Trump regime. So now, in a new campaign that launched on Monday, the entertainment conglomerate urged the audience tuning into The View to offer public comment as the company grapples with unorthodox pressure from the Trump regime. The Federal Communication Commission, aka FCC for short, led by Chairman Brendan Carr, who was in Trump's pocket, so you already know that anybody that tries to go against him, you already know what he stands for, ordered Disney to file for renewals for 8 of its stations years ahead of schedule, which means that you're trying to prevent them from getting on certain stations because you already know with the reach what's going to happen. Well, if they don't get those stations, what y'all going to have to do is watch The View, either get Hulu or YouTube, because they do upload the clips and they upload full episodes of The View on YouTube. But if a lot of y'all, and I know there's a lot of people with certain names that watch The View, if y'all not internet savvy, then y'all got to get the calling. Y'all call about every goddamn thing else, get up on there and save y'all little show. So they said in filings, Disney has said its applications were made under protest in response to an unlawful, arbitrary, and unconstitutional order. The View, which has thrived in recent years with discussions of politics, has also found itself in the regime's crosshairs. The FCC has probed whether the program has violated so-called equal time election laws following the appearance of political figures, launching its investigation after James Tallarico, the Democratic Senate candidate from Texas, appeared on the show in February. This also explains why they had JD Vance on the show, and they just had Marjorie Taylor Greene as a guest co-host. So I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to toe the line and play the game because the FCC is trying this bullshit. But mind you, does the conservative side usually have? Do they invite Democrats on? Do they invite Democratic socialists or even the centrist Zionist ones? Do they invite any of them on their conglomerates? I mean, we already know y'all have an agenda whenever the Democrats come up on y'all show. Anyway, I have seen Ro Khanna go on places like Fox News, and he goes on CNN and he debates with some of the conservative folks and this, that, and the other. And we've also seen Alan Mockler. He's been on CNN and a roundtable with, you know, some of the conservatives, including that moron Scott Jennings. But do they kind of do the same thing, or is it just that y'all mad at the Democrats for not having conservatives on? The conservatives can come on, but the fact of the matter is y'all don't get to, you know, you don't get to control the narrative. You don't get to come on and try to push this certain agenda without the pushback, which is what other people will give you. They won't push back on some of the bullshit you say, which is why they like going on faux news and all these other places. But when you come on The View, as you saw JD Vance did last week, when he was coming on and saying certain things, Whoopi Goldberg called him out on certain stuff. You had Anna Navarro stay with her knee on his neck, as did Joy Behar and Sonny Hostin. They came in with the receipts. Alyssa sat there like a fucking schoolgirl when she got to meet one of her childhood heroes. That's the way she was acting. And don't even get me started on Sarah Haynes. I can't deal with that ditz. But anyway, so where was I? Now that I went on that little rant. Okay, so then they went on to say spots tied to the debate over The View will run during a commercial break within the hour of the show. Messages from Disney related to the licenses of its in-air stations will air across all day parts of New York WABC, Los Angeles KABC, Chicago's WLS, Philadelphia's WPVI, Houston's KTRK, San Francisco's KGO, Raleigh-Durham, and those are both North Carolina, in case y'all didn't know that, WTVD, and Fresno, which is in California, KFSN. Now, Disney will also tap the digital sites of the ABC network and The View. One of the ads tells viewers that The View has welcomed your favorite guests. Well, I don't even need to tell y'all. First of all, we got the clip. So I'm going to play y'all the clip. Because look, I moved on up. I finally got YouTube Premium. I got tired of them damn ads. So we're going to play this clip and we're going to go back and we're going to talk. Please hold.
I had this idea for a show. Different women, different points of view.
The View has welcomed your favorite guests and covered the issues you care about for nearly 30 years. Now, the FCC wants to control who is allowed to appear on the show. Viewers, use your voice. Scan this QR code. You have until July 6th.
So yeah, I'm gonna leave that there for a minute so that way y'all can scan that QR code if y'all want to, you know, partake in the situation. And of course, I'm gonna clip this and make it as a separate segment. So it's like, yeah, use the QR code, use your voice, and say it out there. You know, as somebody who works in media, who has the ability, and thank you, YouTube, that we all have a place that we could speak our mind and talk about all the things, even if there's certain things that The View can't really speak about because of who's their boss and this, that, and the other. They can't really get into the political things. One of the things I will say about The View is that, you know what, people have a right to be able to have a different opinion and to say things and to criticize regimes when they need to be criticized. And the fact that we have these wannabe totalitarians, these wannabe authoritarians who can't even do that right, a bunch of damn village idiots running this country, and then you got all these people behind the scenes. And you know what I've noticed with this current regime? Y'all have exposed a lot of these millionaires, well, not even millionaires, a lot of these billionaires, a lot of these business owners, a lot of these oligarchs as people who have thin skin, who are very weak and stupid. Like, how y'all are businessmen, but y'all got to be the dumbest fucking businessmen that I've ever witnessed because of how y'all present yourselves in a lot of ways. So I'm really, you know, even if I don't agree with how The View does things at times in regards of some of the topics and how they could be a little Zionistic in a lot of the things that they talk about at times, especially that damn Sarah and all of them, and trying to make it seem like that Muslims in so many ways are like the most evil people, whatever. Like, there's certain things that when they talk about, especially when they was talking about Zoran and stuff, even though he has been on y'all show, and how y'all went hard on him about things, but then y'all had many a Zionists on y'all show, and y'all don't keep that same energy when it comes to you interviewing some of them when they come up on there. Other than that, and some of it's like, I don't feel like y'all go a little deep enough when it comes to the political stuff, but I know y'all do what y'all do with what y'all can. They should be able to have a right saying what it is that they need to say. So they also went on to say the messaging and tactics are reminiscent of what a company like Disney might do, and in some cases has done, if it were embroiled in a contract dispute with one of the distributors and wanted to reach some of the people who might suffer adverse effects the most. Disney will press viewers to make their voices heard by leaving a comment with the FCC online. And here's the thing, you know what? People have a right to be heard. This is a show that people love watching. I know people of a certain age, like my parents, love watching The View. And so if y'all want y'all voices heard, definitely let them know that you know, at the end of the day, y'all act like y'all run shit, but it's really the people. If it wasn't for the people at home watching these shows, y'all might have nothing to promote. Y'all wouldn't be making the money that y'all make. And it seems like a lot of these companies forget that. And so if Brendan Carr want to sit around bending the knee and eating the shit out of Trump's diaper, you go ahead and do that. But for the rest of us, we have a right to protest, and the right, you know, freedom of speech is still a thing in this country. What's left of it, last I checked. So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding the FCC? Well, The View fighting the FCC for the ability to just speak on whatever topics they want to talk about and have a right to criticize Trump on a lot of what he's doing, and they should not be penalized or punished for having a difference of opinion. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know your overall thoughts on this story in the comments down below. The regime wants anyone out who do not bend the knee to the decompassing orange man. And that's why I said shout out to Disney for being the studio that's not willing to bend the knee to this foolishness. Look, the only people that should be bending the only people that should be out there bending the knee is the women y'all was sex trafficking over there on Epstein Island. Maybe those are the only ones that should be out there bending the knee. But anybody else, that's not what they're trying to do. Nutman McCain dragged J.D. Vance for saying we're gonna help Pakistan with the war of Iran. She was like, as a 9/11 kid, I have nothing nice to say about. She's such an idiot. But also, I like that the what was it? The prime minister basically snubbed him. He hugged the guy that was next to him, but paid him dust. I say, yeah, nobody respects y'all. But anyway, how many more topics we got? Ooh, we got a lot. Well, got a couple more topics left. So let's get through these. And since we're on the topic of Trump, let's continue by talking about his BFF, Jimmy Kimmel. Or Jimmy Kimmel, because you know, Jimmy Kimmel's favorite punching bag happens to be Donald J, and the J stands for jackass Trump. So, and to really throw salt on the wound, Jimmy Kimmel has tapped Donald Trump's other favorite person, Rosie O'Donnell, to basically guest co-host his show while he goes on a 2-month vacation, which he says this is his doing, because before it wasn't up to him to leave. He was, you know, kicked off by ABC and all the pressures of the Trump regime, and then the people, because remember, like we were just talking about The View, and y'all haven't hit that QR code to let your voices be heard. People let their voices be heard when Jimmy Kimmel got taken off. So we need that same energy when it comes to this thing. I also need y'all to take that same energy when it comes to really fighting for things that help us politically in the world, which, you know, they're trying to take away. And I keep telling y'all keep trying to take things away from people, a revolt is coming. Just so y'all know. You can't just keep taking things from people and expecting them to just tolerate it. Eventually, somebody's going to be pissed and lose their shit and swing back and fight back, if you want to call it that. Windmill. Hit the windmill. So he said, I'll be taking the next 2 months off, this time voluntarily. This is what he said in Thursday's monologue on the show, a cheeky reference to ABC pulling a talk show from the air for 6 days in September. The late night host went on to list several of the entertainers who will step in for hosting duties over the course of the summer. Some of these on this list, I'm like, okay, but I don't know, I'm like, why? He said Tiffany unfunny ass haddish. Why? Ebony, why? Coleman Domingo, I could definitely see that. Ike Barinholtz, Anthony Anderson, and Jelly Roll. Well, unless Jelly Roll gonna talk about that married to Bunny or that divorce to Bunny, why you got him as the host? But whatever, that's your friend, that's what you want. But I definitely like the idea of Anthony Anderson because Anthony Anderson has kind of like just been more into the hosting thing. Now, Kimmel then gave Rosie O'Donnell a shout out. He said, as a special treat for our commander in chief, I asked one of his all time favorites, Rosie O'Donnell, to be here to keep the hits coming. So you're welcome. And all I ask in return, Mr. President, is that you don't do anything stupid while I'm gone. Well, you know, that's a tall order because the man can't help himself. Now, a representative for O'Donnell tells EW that the comedian will host Jimmy Kimmel Live for 1 week of episodes beginning Monday, August 17th. EW has reached out to reps for Jimmy Kimmel Live for more information. Now, O'Donnell shared a screenshot of a link to a People.com story about her guest hosting stint on Instagram on Friday, and I can't wait, she wrote in the caption. Kimmel was being sarcastic when he referred to, well, y'all seriously going to sit up in here and explain that he was being sarcastic? Like, come on, Variety. Jesus. First, y'all irritated me with the fact that y'all had some misspellings up in y'all post earlier that I did. And now y'all going to explain sarcasm. Like, we know that they hate each other. Ever since she mocked his ass on the fucking View. Speaking of the View, I was trying to calm down so I can remember what site I had to look up. Because there was a story that I came across that had to do with the whole Rosie O'Donnell thing. Now that I found it, I'm gonna bring this story up in a second, but I want to finish this whole situation that we're talking about. So let me skip through it because I'm not reading this bullshit with so basically, in case I need a refresher, it all began in 2006 when Trump publicly criticized that year's winner of the Miss USA pageant, Tara Conner, which led to O'Donnell defending her on The View and calling the apprentice star a snake oil salesman on Little House on the Prairie. Well, guess what? Somebody also referred to J.D. Vance as a snake oil salesman. I think that was on the I Had It podcast from earlier where they mentioned that he was I said, look, birds of a damn feather. They all a goddamn bunch of snake oil salesmen sell you a bill of goods and it's some bullshit. Now, Trump then shared numerous posts flaming O'Donnell on social media in the early 2010s before launching his presidential campaign, while O'Donnell criticized Trump during her tenure on The View, saying probably the Trump stuff was the most bullying I've ever experienced in my life, including as a child, O'Donnell said in 2014. It was national and it was sanctioned socially. Whether I deserved it is up for your own interpretation. Trump later lashed out at O'Donnell during a Republican presidential debate in 2015 when moderator Megyn Kelly asked him about calling women fat pigs, dog slobs, and disgusting animals. Well, that's how he thinks clearly of his mother and the women he fucks, which is why he likes using those phrases. And discussing animals on Twitter, the future president replied, only Rosie O'Donnell. Now, once Trump became president, O'Donnell shared her fears for the nation and for herself, saying, I seriously worry whether our person will be able to live through his presidency and whether the nation will be able to live through it and survive. And this is what she told W Magazine in 2017, saying it's a terrifying concept on the brink of nuclear war with a man in charge. Well, as y'all know at this point, Rosie did move to Ireland after he became president during his second term. And he was somebody who was going to revoke her U.S. citizenship. First of all, she was born here. So the fuck are you revoking? Revoking. It's like you can't revoke an American citizenship. Like, he really is stupid. Though, and then, she was here for the Tony Awards. She also called him an asshole and a psychopath. She also went to visit her daughter Chelsea in prison. So she's been back and forth in the United States. And then they also said that she is going to be bringing her one-woman show, Common Knowledge, to New York City in July. She previously performed the show in Dublin, Sydney, and Edinburgh. So she's she's out here making more money and performing. But there was this other story that I came across from Rob Shutter, which is saying like how Rosie remember she went on Watch What Happened. Well, maybe I don't remember, but recently I saw a little snippet of her. She went on Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen. I don't know what she was over there promoting, but she was there for some reason, and they asked her something about would she ever go back to The View to be a guest, I guess, moderator or whatever the case was, and she was like, they haven't asked her back, but she'd be up for going to the show. So Rob Shutter came up with this story where, wait, I was like, what happened? Oh, where it was saying like Whoopi is the biggest obstacle to a Rosie O'Donnell return. Because remember, at one point, I believe back in the day, Rosie said that her and Whoopi kind of didn't get along or something or another. So Rosie said she'd be open to returning to The View as a guest host, but sources tell Naughty But Nice there's still one major obstacle standing in her way: Whoopi Goldberg. The timing is interesting because Rosie has recently gone out of her way to praise her former co-host, signaling a dramatic thaw in one of daytime television's most famous feuds. Rosie revealed she recently reunited with Whoopi at a Broadway performance of Cats The Jellicle Ball, which I need to see that. I would definitely want to see that. And I saw a bit of it at the Tonys. It's got me, and then first we have when people won a couple of Tonys from it as well. And she said, and she was pleasantly surprised by the encounter. Said Whoopi has been very kind, she said, noting that the Oscar winner looked fantastic. Well, maybe with the Ozempic went that funky attitude. She changed her diet. She was using the Manjaro, and now she's in a better place. And you know, people don't sit and hold on to grudges unless you're Donald Trump, which is why he's fat and miserable and his brain's rotting in 4K and in real time. But people who literally are just all about wanting to live life to the fullest, whatever it is, we ain't out here worrying about this bitch that done pissed us off 20 years ago. We done moved on. It's like, hey, how you doing? How you been? Keep it moving. I'm being gracious. All the other stuff in the past is water under a bridge. I'm not holding no grudge. So then she also said that Whoopi returned a compliment on The View, telling viewers that Rosie looked great and had exciting projects underway. It's a remarkable turnaround. Now, just a few years ago, Rosie described working alongside Whoopi as the worst experience of her television career and claimed in a Howard Stern interview that Whoopi really didn't like me. And that could have been at a time that, you know what, Whoopi was new to the show, and Rosie thought coming back into the show, because remember, she had left at one point and then she came back. And her coming back to the show, she probably thought that, oh, I can come back. I don't know, just from my observation, that, things are going to be the way they were when I was first here. So now I'm going to come and bring that stuff that I did before back into this situation. And people need to realize, yeah, things worked a certain way when you was the moderator, because Rosie was the moderator before Whoopi came on board. So things are this way now, and then when you leave and you're expecting you won't come back and things are going to be the same, it's like, no, the dynamic is different. Situations are different. You can't just come in thinking with the same attitude and thinking things are going to be the way that you had them before. Now it's a different situation. Now you need to adapt. And if you can't adapt, then you can go back to getting another job somewhere else. And eventually that's what she ended up doing. So then she said the personal relationship has improved tremendously. A television insider tells Naughty But Nice, but that doesn't automatically mean Whoopi wants Rosie back at the table. Sources say Goldberg remains the most influential voice on the show. Well, and it said Whoopi has earned enormous respect behind the scenes. If she were campaigning for Rosie to return, it would happen. The fact that it hasn't tells you everything that where things stand. Never say never, said a source. The feud is over, the friendship is improving, but a full View return is still very different conversation. I'm like, she could be up on there and if she got to promote something and be a guest co-host, why not? I don't see that as a problem. But her coming like and doing it as a full-time thing, I don't see that happening. Look, if y'all could bring Elizabeth back on the show when people don't even like her ass, y'all can keep bringing her back on just because y'all want a spike in the ratings, then y'all could do the same thing with Rosie O'Donnell. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Would you like to see, well, are you looking forward to seeing Rosie as a guest co-host on Jimmy Kimmel? We'll see how that whole thing turns out in August. And would you like to see Rosie O'Donnell back as a guest co-host on The View? Why not? It'd be entertaining for her to go in and let have and throw some shade at Trump. But I don't know. With this whole thing with the FCC right now, they might want to tread lightly until they can get all that situated. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I don't think it's child. No, who was voting for Gavin Newsom? That man can't even figure out who the hell he is as a politician. He flip flops. Tim Dillon said Theo Vaughn. Tim Dillon and Theo Vaughn said JD Vance is Trump's talking piece because JD Vance should not be at G8 and other. Well, Trump was at G8 because you know who is a felon. He has no choice but to send people. Well, he's been sending him on these wild goose hunts because word on the street is JD Vance was slipping some tea to the media, and Trump found out about it, and Trump is not really much happy with a lot of what was going on with JD Vance. But you know, JD Vance is a Peter Thiel choice because people like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk kept his ass out of prison. So JD Vance is a pick because he's an oligarch's puppet, Silicon Valley puppet. To add to the scissor topic, just today I turned off on all AI applications to my Pinterest account. It's been shoved in our faces, so we don't actually. Yeah, that's another thing too, is that even when we're vehemently against the AI, they try so hard to like force it on us, even down to the YouTube. Like a lot of us who are creating real content, we're having to constantly fight the AI slop. And it pisses me off because my sister watches a lot of AI slop too. She's up there watching these little videos where some woman's down in the slums and was a maid in somebody's house and then come to find out it's like, and it'd be the same shit over and over. I'm like, what the hell are you watching? And it'd be the same like stuff and like recycle crap over and over. So I try to avoid in a lot of ways the AI slop. But the AI slop is like taking a lot of I think even Andy Signor from Popcorn Planet brought this story up in regards of like how there's AI slop that's popping up on YouTube that's literally taking the scripts of other people's things and creating full videos around scripts that they copy, change up a couple of words, and they're taking that work that a lot of us work on, producing like what I'm doing right now. I'm literally picking topics, reading the articles, giving my opinion on the article, and then you guys are responding to giving your own commentary on the thing. And AI, they're using that to just take what we do, which is actual work, and creating a whole situation around it and profiting from it. And you have these companies that are pushing more of the AI slop out there, and then we're getting screwed over. Why? Because you ain't got to pay, because you don't want to pay actual content creators. Like we're at a point where people just don't want to pay anybody for anything. For lack of a better word, child, and we at a point where like these new generations, y'all can't even read. There was this video I saw, and I wish I could have found the clip. I forgot where I saw it, but there was this girl, they could not read cursive. I'm sitting there reading the whole thing, no problem. Could not read cursive. I'm like, you are an embarrassment. Instead of y'all running around here twerking and trying to go viral on social media and sucking random dicks, y'all need to be out here learning how to read. Ari announced that she's considering her extending. Well, I mean, why wouldn't she? First of all, a lot of people responding to it. She seems like she's having fun on stage, so why not extend it? Fans said they saw this coming, especially seeing the reception, how people truly loved her. She just doesn't understand. We had so much Taylor Swift and other artists. Music from Ariana Grande was such. Well, I think it's because she hasn't really toured. I mean, it's been a minute. So when artists take time away, I guess maybe they realize that they were missed. Really hate human beings because, and it's them trying to fill that void that they never got when they were kids. Like they didn't get enough hugs from their parents, or I guess, you know, it's that imposter syndrome. A lot of times you have certain bosses who inherited things from their parents and then, or their parent. And then it's like, you see people that are actually out here that are on your roster that you're the boss of, that's pulled themselves up by their bootstraps, that had to do the hard work and all the other things, something they'll never understand. And they don't understand why they're not getting the applause and the accolades and the appreciative and the love. When I'm like, but you ain't do shit. You got the money, you provided the space, but it's like a lot of these people that have all this money and power, they want the fame. And it's like, well, what have you done to even get that? Nothing. I would kind of give y'all a hint of who I was referring to. I mean, here's my boss. And they just won, basketball. But we gonna keep it moving. But all right, so let's get back into the show. Now we got the political stuff out the way. And let's talk about Liam Payne. So we have some news regarding Liam Payne, who has named his son Bear the sole beneficiary of his estate. And in case y'all didn't know, I was like, yeah, this picture that I'm going to use of Liam is when the baby is an infant. However, Bear is 9 years old. And he is coming to money. So he got $28 million American. But 21, but then when you look at the British term, the pounds is $21 million. 21 million pounds, I should say. But 28 million in American dollars. So it's like you make more money as an American than it is in the British term. So his son Bear is now 9 years old and is the sole beneficiary of the singer's 21 million pound fortune, as agreed in the High Court. Probate documents have now shown Liam Payne's estate can be used immediately to benefit Bear Gray Payne. New letters of administration have meant the parts of the estate can potentially be spent to help Bear now, with the remainder required to be placed in a trust for him until he turns 18. Well, don't he have a mother that works? Because his mother is Cheryl Cole. I'll always call her Cheryl Cole. I don't care if she goes by Cheryl. But he's got a famous mother. She ain't got no coins. Let her use that Girls Aloud money. While there should be no reason why he should use any of that money. Let that money sit in a trust. And then with it being in a trust, can it like collect interest and it'll have way more by the time he turns 18? So Liam Payne had not made a will when he passed away, and his former partner Cheryl Tweedy, last name, but okay, that's her last name, Cheryl Tweedy, and music industry lawyer Richard Bray were named as administrators of his estate. This gave them power to collect his assets. Liam's estate has been valued just over 21 million pounds. It includes his 5-bedroom home at Chalfont St. Giles, Bucks, which he bought for 3.25 million pounds in 2021 to be closer to his son following his split from Cheryl. It has been reported that Liam's girlfriend, when he passed away, Kate Cassidy, has no intention of appealing against the decision. Yeah, you better not, because then them fans will come after your ass, because it'll look like you was with him for his coin. They said she has a right to, but has always said their relationship had nothing to do with money. Kate reportedly received a £20,000 monthly allowance from Liam, and it was reported she might have been able to claim some of his estate. First of all, I don't get how you in a relationship with somebody, y'all fucking, and you get an allowance from your man. Like, it feels a little prostitution-y. She told the Sun, so when people come and point a finger at me saying, you took an allowance and you have a living expense or whatever, at the end of the day, it's nobody's business except for me and Liam in the press, because they got it out. They put it out there. Now, I said, I never asked him for money. Yeah, it's upsetting, but it's just about having thick skin, and I'm never going to let anybody tell me how my relationship was with Liam. The only two people that really know how strong a relationship was is me and Liam. Liam, tragically, as y'all know, passed away when he fell from Casa Sur Hotel in Buenos Aires, Argentina on October 16, 2024. So he's been dead almost 2 years. And I'm glad that at the end of the day, while Cheryl and the attorney were handling everything, because I guess that came from the fact that she had a kid with him. So I guess that connection gave her a bit of a say so. And now at this point, he tried to be a prominent figure in his son's life, which is awesome. And I like the fact that, even though he didn't have a will, that they found a way to have the money go to the son. I just hope that once he's 18, that he handles the coins wisely and don't spend all that damn money up. But I'm sure that, Cheryl will, she's a good mom, as they like to say. She'll teach her little Padawan the ways of how to budget and all that other stuff, and don't go crazy now that you got 20 million pounds in the damn bank waiting for you to be spent. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Liam Payne? His son Bear being named sole beneficiary of his $28 million estate. What is it, 21 million pounds in British term, or in British coin. So whatever your thoughts are on this matter, let me know in the comments down below. James Felony. All right, y'all. So damn, we 3.5 hours in, and we finally down to our 4 final topics. Well, because we had some other topics that went over a bit, which we love on this show. We do long form videos and things. So yeah, if you haven't already, please hit that like button, smash the notification bell, hype the channel, do all the things that help push the show out there and the good old algorithm. Also, if you have not yet, please go over and check out my Patreon. You can go in the description box down below. The link is there. Check out my very first video that I've done already. It's a reaction video to Madonna's Confessions to mini movie, whatever you want to call it. Her plethora of music videos, and give me your overall opinions on how it was. It's like my first reaction video to something like that. So I plan on doing more down the line, but my sole focus is doing this show here. But yeah, I think on slow days, I'll probably spend time in working on the Patreon and things of that nature. So yeah, please and thank you. You said I just saw an interview when the actress that Supergirl might be pissing oh wow, because they said that she might be fluid into girls and guys. They'll be all right. It's like people getting mad, like that dumb bitch Grace Randolph. She is the most annoying movie critic on the internet, talking about she got an issue with Brian Tyree Henry playing a black Harvey Dent. I'm like, bitch, did you forget that we had a movie called Batman back in 1989 and Billy D. Williams was fucking Harvey Dent? Like, I hate people sometimes. Is a queer icon because she don't need a man or her cousins. I mean, look, Superman does make a cameo in the movie. Now, this whole damn thing distressing. It's just so annoying, but I'm going to see the movie this week and come to my own conclusion on how it is. But I have to say, them trailers haven't gotten me excited for the film, even though I'm going to still watch it. All right, so now let's get back into the show. And let's talk about Britney Spears. So apparently Britney Spears recently went on social media, of course, with the crazy disheveled hair. Didn't they say that Kim Kardashian's hairstylist, Chris Appleton, recently gave her a whole makeover, did her hair and everything, and it still look a hot-ass mess? I also heard that Chris Appleton is doing Strictly Come Dancing, which is basically the British version of Dancing with the Stars. We'll see how long he makes it on that show. I'll check out the news and stuff, but I don't care personally. But I'll keep abreast in the gossips situation or the gay blogs who actually do give a shit about their mediocre white personalities on how far he lasts. But anyway, let's get into Britney. So she says she want to have another kid in an Instagram post on Father's Day Sunday. The pop star 44 posted a video of herself, of course, per usual, dancing in a yellow slip dress and black boots while holding a tiny guitar. Spears was in danger of a wardrobe. Well, she's always in danger of a wardrobe malfunction. Them titties never stay inside them damn outfits she be wearing. As she danced, one strap of her dress falling off as she gyrated with a fedora hat on. Spears also wore a black hand brace on her right arm and wore fingerless gloves on her left hand. In the caption, Spears said she hoped to have another baby. She said, "It's an emotional day for me. Guitars remind me of baby aliens, just little strings. Music is said to be The Speech of Angels. I bought this one in Mexico in hopes one day I can have another baby, referring to the guitar she was holding. In another video post Sunday, Spears once again showed off her dance moves, but this time wearing a long black dress as she twirled around in. Or that she twirled around in. The toxic singer is already a mom of 2 sons, we already know. Sean Preston and Jaden James. Sean is 20, Jaden is 19. And while it'd be great if she wanted to go off and have a baby, and I guess it'd be cute for her because she missed out on so much from her 2 sons. Dealing with all the other stuff she had to deal with in her life, the conservatorship, the fact that she had the postpartum depression, possibly bipolar disorder. I believe she was diagnosed with that, if I'm not mistaken. And the fact that her kids were taken away from her. Kevin Federline ended up with sole custody. She was out here spiraling out of control, and the media and how everybody handled that whole situation. Like we said before, she was in the conservatorship, and then she didn't have a wherewithal of really spending time with her sons, and I do feel like that conservatorship definitely fucked her brain up. So she hasn't been the same since. Because we do remember once upon a time a coherent Britney. But girl, at this state and age, with these weird ass videos you be coming out with, everybody keeps talking about leave Britney alone, leave Britney alone. She keep fucking with she keep bothering me with these stupid ass twirling videos that she continues to put out. And if you want to put that out, you can put it out. However, we're going to comment on it if we're talking about it on the damn show. So I hate when people talk about, leave Britney alone. No, she need to leave me alone and stop twirling on that goddamn Instagram in that foyer in them ugly ass shoes and them Gerber panties. We tired of seeing her like that. But all jokes aside, at this point, since them eggs is powdered, with all them things you allegedly putting in your body, them eggs is all kinds of fucked up. Now, unless you willing to, you got eggs on standby in some freezer somewhere, like an embryo or something, and you want to put it in another person's body and they can carry it for you, or if you want to adopt someone else's baby, I could definitely see you do that. But I don't know if I want you trying to be a mother to any more children in the future. Try to focus on rebuilding your relationship with your current kids before you start waxing nostalgic on Father's Day. That's all. Now, I ask y'all think Britney Spears is of sound and mind to be trying to take care of anybody, baby, let alone one coming out of her at 44? Whatever your thoughts are on this matter, let me know in the comments down below. I would be thrilled if she adopted a baby child by herself. I would be worried about her ability to, and that's the part I was worried about. Like, you can adopt a kid, but do you have the ability to raise the child? But you said, but I don't see her happy getting pregnant again and going through. That's what I said. Like, if you having the 2 kids cause such emotional and mental distress, no, don't do it. Don't do it, Vita. Don't do it. So have we all quietly accepted that Britney would never release? Yeah, she ain't coming out with no new music. Just like Gaga, she has scrapped mid-2010s pop album that remains unreleased, Pretty World. That's what it's like. Britney ain't coming out with new music. She's done. I do believe she is fully retired and she has moved on. All right, y'all. So now let's get into some slight homosexual news. And let's talk about Tyler Perry. So apparently there's this court case and stuff that's going around with Tyler Perry and Mario Rodriguez, I believe is his name, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Well, apparently, yeah, there's this case going on. And according to reports, Tyler Perry is willing to go on record with a lot of things, but don't want to disclose his sexuality in this deposition. But child, if you're being accused of diddling with someone of the same gender, you should know that this is going to come up in the deposition. So Tyler Perry is pushing back against a new claim in the ongoing $77 million sexual assault lawsuit filed by actor Mario. Okay, it's Mario. Did I say Mario Rodriguez or did I say Mario Diaz? First of all, Mario Diaz is somebody who's iconic within the homosexual industry that does the hot dog parties out in LA, used to do the Red Rooster out in New York, and does stuff like with Jackie Beat and a whole bunch of other stuff. So if I made that mistake, I meant Mario Rodriguez. And his latest dispute is not just about the allegations themselves, it's about what Perry can or should be asked under oath. Now, according to TMZ, excuse me, which obtained court documents in the case. Rodriguez is asking a judge to sanction Perry, claiming the billionaire filmmaker has not sat for a deposition despite Rodriguez's side trying to schedule one since April 14th. Rodriguez alleges Perry's team would only agree to move forward if attorneys promise not to ask whether Perry is or has been sexually attracted to men. Is the Pope Catholic? Do we really need them to disclose the obvious? But anyway, Perry's legal team said that's not true. Now, attorney Alex Spiro, who you know also once upon a time repped Jay-Z, he represents Perry, told TMZ the motion is frivolous and said Perry did not refuse to appear or decline any line of questioning. Spiro said Perry's team plans to seek sanctions of its own. Now, the legal back and forth adds another layer to a case that's already placed one of Black Hollywood's most powerful figures under intense public scrutiny. Rodriguez, who appeared in Boo, a Madea Halloween, sued Perry for S.A., sexual battery, and other claims, seeking $77 million in damages. Perry has denied the allegations. Now, in Rodriguez's lawsuit claims he met Perry in 2015 at a gym before eventually landing the role in the Madea film. He alleges Perry later assaulted him during private encounters, including one alleged incident at Perry's home in 2018. Rodriguez also claims Perry gave him money afterward and apologized. Perry's side has denied wrongdoing and argued that Rodriguez continued communicating with Perry after the alleged incidents, including asking for financial help. The court fight over deposition questions is especially sensitive because it brings together two issues that often get mishandled in public conversation: allegations of misconduct on the sexual kind and speculation about sexuality. Rodriguez's side argues Perry's attraction to men is relevant because Perry is accused by male plaintiffs of unwanted sexual conduct. Perry's team appears to be arguing the question about his sexual orientation could veer into a public witch hunt rather than focus on the legal claims. Well, child, everybody's a witch hunt. There's always been this dark rainbow, I was going to say a cloud, but this rainbow hovering over Tyler Perry on whether or not he sucked dick or not. So this is not a question of whether or not he is or he isn't. I think people have always long speculated. And on top of that, do I believe that Tyler did these things? I don't know. I wasn't there, but I will say this: Tyler Perry definitely fits the description of deeply closeted homosexual who hates the fact, but has this whole base, you've created your whole foundation around the church going crowd, which we know the Black church is not that fond of the faggots. However, if y'all could dance a little and play the piano and work the choir out, they look the other way. But at the end of the day, you still a sissy when you out of line. And the fact that Madea was allegedly created around the image of Miss Sophia, who is a well-known drag queen, because that's the old legendary story regarding that. I would not be surprised if Tyler Perry likes to dabble. And you know, a lot of these people that work in the industry that come from a place of power, whatever the case is, behind the scenes, they're sexually frustrated. They like what they really like, and they don't know how to really act on that. So they prey on certain people or pay for your silence or make you sign NDAs and those other stuff. And also, so there's that with Tyler. But I ain't gonna get over Mr. Mario neck either, because I do believe that people like him or Derek Dixon and so many others, y'all just have to prove me wrong in this situation. I could be wrong in it, but this is just my observation. I do feel like someone like a Mario definitely saw an opportunity, and a lot of you men that be struggling and like to use y'all bodies and y'all face to get shit out of people who are in a position of power, a lot of times y'all will snuggle up to them and make them think that, oh, you're interested, so that way you can get something out of them. It ain't right, but a lot of you do it. And then when he's done playing into your bullshit, then y'all want to file lawsuits and say, oh, this person harassed me. Oh, this person did this and did that. If he didn't do that, then if that's not something you participated in, because I'm not going to say every man does it, but you also fit the profile of somebody who, you know, you come up on hard times. You know that Tyler Perry is somebody who might be sexually frustrated, someone who still at his big age is still struggling to admit he liked dick. And y'all play into that. We know the game for pays. Come on now, it's Pride Month. We're not gonna sit up here and try to act obtuse. So a lot of y'all play into that. And then when you realize you gotta go a little further to get a little cointada, some of y'all will go with it until you can't go with it no more, or the well runs dry, and then y'all want to come out and file lawsuits and sue. Now, in regards to the $77 million, that's a reach. I don't think Derek Dixon getting that 200 some odd million he trying to get. You ain't getting no $77 million damn dollars. So if it turns out that it is true that Tyler Perry is not trying to dodge addressing his sexuality, because with these lawsuits, sir, at this point you might as well come all the way out and admit that, like Clive Davis, if you're not all the way gay, at least say you bisexual. I'm not saying that, I truly believe in the fact that everybody should come out in their own time and whenever they ready. But when you got these allegations against you, sometimes you ain't got a choice, Kevin Spacey. You got to come out and you got to admit the thing. Now, the way Kevin Spacey went around about it, when he got shoved out the closet, I didn't like the fact that he tried to blame the whole, it was like some homo panic defense thing that he went on, which pissed me off. It's like, no, we're not going to sit up here and blame trauma or whatever happened in your childhood, whatever the case is, on you come out. No. Admit that you was in a similar situation what Tyler Perry is being accused of. A lot of y'all are so deep in that damn closet. There's so much self-hatred amongst y'all because, when people talk about being gay is abomination, all the things that come with that you decide to use your power to abuse others because you can't be content and open with the fact that secretly you like dick and you ain't come to the terms that you were full-on homosexual. Or you might be bisexual. But we talking about Kevin Spacey because there ain't no bisexual bone in that queen body. So, what it was saying that the distinction matters. Sexual assault cases care about consent, power, and alleged conduct, not about someone's identity, rumors, or private life. At the same time, depositions are designed to let attorneys ask questions they believe may help or defend against claims in a lawsuit. Whether these specific questions are legally appropriate may ultimately be up to the court. Now, as y'all know, Perry, or may not know, Perry is also facing a separate lawsuit, as we brought up from Derek Dixon earlier, who alleged in 2025 that Perry had harassed, assaulted, and retaliated against him when Dixon worked on Perry shows, including The Oval. Good Morning America previously reported that Dixon accused Perry of creating a workplace environment where career opportunities were tied to unwanted advances. So he was Mr. Quid Pro Quo, apparently. Now, Perry denied those claims through his attorneys, who called them fabricated. Well, we'll just have to see how this all turns out once it goes to court. But in the meantime, I definitely want to hear from y'all. So, what do you guys think of this story? Do y'all believe that Tyler likes dick? And also, do y'all believe that he be the type that's like, oh yeah, I'm not trying to address my sexuality in this lawsuit, but if you're being accused of harassing men, I'm sorry, but that plays a pivotal role in you gonna have to address I'm feeling very Barbara Walters right now. Are you a homosexual, Tyler Perry? Are you a homosexual? Let me know if you're a homosexual. So anyway, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. No shade. People are saying free Britney movement failed her. She now free and we vilify guardians for adults. Britney is completely broken and she needs more. She need an exorcism at this point. You said, Chris, have mercy on her, please. On who? Britney or Tyler? You said on her. So which her we talking about? Which queen we addressing? We talking about Britney or we talking about Tyler? Child, it's hard for me to go easy on these closet cases. I mean, Boondocks clocked that 2 years ago. Okay. And you said religion made men ashamed. Absolutely. Made ashamed of their sexuality, but it's not just men. If Whitney was allowed, that's true too. Because remember, Whitney was a full-on, well, we know she was a I said she was a half a bull dagger, because if she kept up the rules with Bobby Brown all that long, she had to be into some dick. Yeah, but if he was half a bull dagger, I do agree that her being closeted and like not being fully embracive of her sexuality and how her mother felt about the LGBTQ community, sissy. May she not rest in peace. Fucking bitch. When the way Sissy came at the gays and everything, I definitely feel that played into Whitney's abuse of drugs. Because when you have people out here that don't fully accept you for who you are, because you know she's from Jersey, honey. Okay, come out wherever you are. Please, we don't know about Tyler, but Mario reminds me of the common Latin go-go boy in a bar club talking to you know the ones. He looked just exactly like the type of ones too. The ones you see at boxes on top of the go-go box that got on regular drawers instead of the go-go underwears. And it's like, y'all really need to put, if y'all trying to get my coins out of me, I need y'all to put some effort. I need y'all to be like Tyler Durden. Y'all be seeing him with his little thongs and things that he be wearing all over Instagram and stuff. I need to be able to pull it to the side so I can put some dollars up in there. Speaking of pulling it to the side, shout out to my friend Miguel who was at Folsom yesterday. I know that was shady on my part. Look, y'all get the whole pull it to the side. If Sailor Mermaid's in the building, he know exactly what I'm referencing. Please, we all know about. Oh yeah, but you said talking to anyone with money, and if that target is in the closet, that makes absolutely. We know the type, and I'm sure that he knew what he was doing. The thing I don't understand with closeted DL men and anyone keeping things hidden in general is that it's not forever. Sooner or later, that will be exposed. Absolutely, you know everything dark always comes to the light. Oh my God, I hate you because I didn't even read that. I didn't even read that line, and I just clicked on it. I go by each line by line before I even get to y'all comment, and I'm like, literally, we said the same thing. And you said religion always makes gay people think they should be ashamed of themselves, and they always say repent. And I'm like, repent these nuts in your mouth. How about that? You need to be saved. I'm like, okay, I'm not drowning. Okay. And you said, I also think people are afraid to piss their family off and such being sexual beings because you don't want people seeing that side of you. I saw someone post about Mario Lopez and they said he definitely gives asshole tease. Oh, you said Britney. Okay. I thought I was going easy on her. I go easy on everybody, but I guess my shade could be your shade. The shade is strong with this one. All right, so now let's go on from Tyler Perry being a suppressed or sexually repressed alleged homosexual to talking about Pornhub. So Pornhub, because happy Pride, everybody, or as I like to say, happy gay shame. So we're in the middle of Pride Month, and Pornhub has released its spicy data regarding, what the people are searching for on social media. I feel like we do this every year. We just did one not too long ago, but it had nothing to do with the whole Pride situation. Wait, did I not put something in here regarding that? Hold on, I don't think I did. Oh, wait, I did do it. Never mind. So let's get into this team. So every few months, Pornhub posts the spicy data that breaks down all the naughty content audiences are binging across the globe. For Pride Month 2026, the popular adult site is revealing all the most searched items, adult entertainers, and worldwide statistics that queer fans can't get enough of. Now, they said the highlights from this year's analytics include the following. During Pride Month, femboy is the most searched term by quite a wide margin. Twink comes in second place, but still dominates as the most viewed category worldwide. The audience is, as they said, more evenly split this year, as 50.3% of the homosexual erotic audience is male and 49.7% of its audience is female. Similar to 2025, the highest number of viewers is the 18 to 24 group. Not Gen Z out here carrying. Or is it some of y'all? Well, I was gonna say Gen Alpha, but no, that'd be y'all go way younger with the Gen Alpha. But Yeah, the Gen Zs, y'all still out. Y'all the ones over here on the Pornhub more than any other demographic. They said the 18 to 24 age group shows a particular interest in cartoon content this Pride Month. The most viewed performer was Tyler Wu as he replaces Malik Delgatti with the top spot. Ethan Lestray, LeGrand Wolf, Delgatti, and Falcon Al. I don't even know who had. Well, I do know who Malik get. Who's Tyler? Wait, why does Tyler Wu sound familiar? I had to look that up. I do have the link open, so maybe I need to look at that and see what they are talking about in regards to that. Because I was trying to understand, like, what are some of these locations? Maybe we can actually go to the site and scroll through. But anyway, they said these 5 key statistics are just some of the interesting facts that define the top content watched this June. Some other takeaways include the District of Columbia is watching. District of Columbia, Chad, you could have just said DC, watching 35% more than the national average, with Rhode Island and Maryland serving. I think, shout out to my friend Adam, him and his fiance just did Rhode Island Pride over the weekend, and Maryland serving as the top 2 states to use Pornhub the most. Now, why am I not surprised that DC is watching 35% more adult cinematography than the natural average? Do we really need to take a guess as to who in DC, who's all up in DC, and it's not just the regulars, it's them damn sexually repressed ass politicians. But anyway, let's go over to the page, the Pornhub's page, and see what they talking about. Well, look, I guess I suck at reading the map, but they talking about, like, this is where all the people watching cartoons, this is where who's watching big dicks, green is black. Then we got the twinks and the big dicks and things. I'm like, y'all couldn't let us know, like, what areas is watching all of this. So the twin category dominated large sections of Europe and all of Russia. The group sex category was also popular, as was the daddy and cartoon porn categories. In Australia, they were loving on the bareback category, and in Africa, there was a lot more variety of tastes. The black category was dominating in popularity, but the bareback, twink, and group categories also had many viewers. Well, it seemed like they like all that stuff, especially bareback. Because like I've said many a time, what's a condom? So, hold on, let me minimize that as we go through the rest of what the peoples is watching up on this situation. So, then they got viewer demographics. Gay porn continued to see a relatively balanced mix of male and female interest. We already went through that. A portion of gay porn viewers by age or gender. 65 plus 11%, 18 to 24 27%, female 47%, male 53%, 45 to 54 was 14%. Wait, I was like, let me actually go back to sharing this thing. I don't know why I went into another picture, because it was like we could, as a class, just watch what's going on. So 25 to 34, 20%, 35 to 44, 15%. And then we have relative popularity of gay porn by age group. So 4%, 18 to 24, 25, 34 got the highest with 15%, 65 plus 39%. So they're the ones out here. Well, the older people, y'all are freaks. So yeah, they said that said, when looking at the relative popularity between the age groups, those numbers reverse. The 18 to 24-year-olds are 4%, negative 4%, as likely to watch gay porn compared to other groups, and the 65 plus age group are 39% more likely to view it. This suggests that while the 65 plus age group only make up 11% of all viewers, there are 39% more likely to watch gay porn than any other age groups. Now, digging deeper into the interests of each age group, our statisticians found some generational taste differences and overlaps. For example, the 18 and 24 age group and the 65 plus age group enjoyed the military category, plus 92% and 68% more respectively than any other age group. So now we have our categories. As y'all can see here, it seems like a lot of people like men with tattoos. Coming in second is military, followed by straight guys, cartoon, virtual reality, and feet. 25 to 34 likes Japanese corn star, black, daddy, fetish, and bareback. All right, y'all. Then we got a 35 to 44, 45 to 54, 54 to 64. Let me find. Well, hold on. 35, 44. Y'all like cream pies. All right, y'all. And then of course 45 to 54. They adult cinematographer a little more mature, but who gonna turn down a big old dick? And then the 54 to 64 like the massages. 65 plus, they love their vintage corn. So they all like that Al Parker, Joey Stefano type stuff. Shout out to them. Most viewed performers by homosexual visitors. Most viewed performer was Malik. People still watching Malik Delgado. Following him was Joey Mills. Shout out to Joey Mills. I was no shit. I was actually watching a video with him earlier. And Foxy Alex. Now, among the many popular gay performers were also some straight performers indicated below by asterisks. Popular straight performers such as Johnny Sims, who's Gattuso, and Maximo I don't know who them people is. So now, the gay visitors, Malik Delgado is first, followed by Joey Mills, Foxy Alex, Tyler Wu, Raheem Shabazz, Summer, Drake Vaughn. That child is tired. Anyway, Cade Maddox, Leon and Mike, Dom King, Timothy Champagne still out here with old funky self making movies. Yummy Prince, Felix Fox, whose hole literally is wider than the damn Holland Tunnel. William Seed, Diego Sands, Poppy Kochek, Raphael Alencar, Dick still work. Johnny Sims, Dante Cole. Gattuso, I think it's how you say his name, Jack Kipps, Adam Snow, Danner Mendez, Maximo Garcia, and Danny D. And then they say in the USA, there were 4 categories that dominated. Black was viewed most. Y'all hate black people, but y'all love them when they slinging dick, apparently. Black was viewed most in the eastern and north and Midwest states, as well as Washington State and Nevada. Big dick was popular in Alaska and California in the west, and Vermont, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island in the east. Straight guys were most popular in Colorado, Iowa, and Louisiana, and the twink category was popular in Oregon, North Dakota, Arizona, and New Mexico. Now, the most viewed gay categories by state. They do like they big dicks and up in North America. So, what do they say? Breaking it down further, our statisticians wanted to know which categories are viewed more often in each state compared to others. Oregon and Colorado really like straight guys, and California loved big dick. Ohio enjoyed their twink category, while Georgia enjoyed black. Up north, Minnesota liked bear, and North Dakota liked daddy. Delaware liked feet, while Massachusetts liked hand jobs. Rhode Island liked uncut, and don't even get me started. They said New York liked the bareback. We sure do. We also, not only do we like our bareback, we also like our prep, which I hope some of you whores is out here taking. Wait, hold on. Why is my video so damn little? I was like, it shrunk at one point. Okay, now I fixed it. Okay, so now top relative gay category by states. So we got, finally, y'all put the goddamn states and stuff in Connecticut like POV. Then we got vintage DC, New Jersey like their Latinos, Delaware like feet, Pennsylvania like cum shots, New York likes the bareback, Maine likes massages, New Hampshire likes virtual reality, Vermont likes a blowjob, Massachusetts likes a hand job. Michigan likes their hunks. Wisconsin like them chubby. Illinois likes a cream pie. Iowa likes webcams. Missouri likes interracial hunching. North Dakota likes their daddies. Wyoming likes military. Colorado likes their straight guys. Arizona likes them mature. The fetishes goes down in Nevada. California likes their big peens. Oregon likes their heterosexual men. And Washington likes cartoons. Yeah, because I don't like reality. And then relative proportion of gay porn viewers by state. So where's New York up in here? Well, California likes them a -4%. Missouri -1. Y'all can capture all of that for a second. Top gay category by country. Okay, there's a whole lot of, and then it said most viewed performers by gay visitors. So in the UK, they got Foxy Alex, Andy Lee, Malik Delgado, Joey Mills, still on that Drake Vaughn. Germany, they like Malik Delgado, Summer, Zane Walker, Joey Mills, Tyler Wu, Foxy Alex, Leon and Mike. Italy likes Foxy Alex. Foxy Alex is real popular Andy Lee, Malik Delgado, Joey Mills, Tight Ass Drake Vaughn, Zane Walker, Jake Preston, Cade Maddox, Raheem Shabazz getting around too. So, yeah, it goes on and 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 on. We're checking around the world in Italy and Germany and things of that nature. So if y'all want to check that out, y'all can go over to the Pornhub website and check out all the analytics and stuff there. But that was just a couple I just wanted to go through while we was doing this. So I want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Regardless of what y'all freaky ass people out here watching, myself included. So yeah, I'm throwing shade and I'm openly admitting what I was admitting. So yeah, love you. I mean, let me know what y'all think of this story in the comments down below. Yeah, him too. Jack Wrangler. We love a Wrangler. Whether you want to wrangle a man or the denim jeans. Well, yeah, remember Sissy told Oprah if Whitney had come out, she wouldn't have accepted her. Yeah, that's why I called her a bitch. She did. She can't hear it. He said Mario cheated on his baby mama, Allie Landry, and child, fuck Mario Lopez, corny ass. And look at you seen them pictures of Mark Paul Gosselaar look way better than Mario Lopez. It don't have to be problematic and put a bunch of fix-a-flat in his face to maintain his youth. Oh yeah, you got to deal with all that mess too. And he said, I haven't used Pornhub since 2023 when the state law was placed in North Carolina. BoyfriendTV.com doesn't require. Yeah, who's using? I'm like, child, who's using Pornhub? I ain't used that in a month of Sundays. Y'all banning it all over the place. Pornhub is so bland. I miss the days of X. Child, yes, I used to live on X2. X2 were old X videos before the purge. X2 was lit. On Reddit, I saw someone say Charli's last Instagram post uses Madonna's Hollywood and Madonna liked it. Oh yeah, I did hear about that. So they've water under the bridge between those two. Neither does Hamster. Does anyone still I used to. I be forgetting about that website. A friend of mine be recommending it sometimes when we be having conversations. That's usually the time I remember, but I haven't used that in a while either. And not gonna lie, the animation ones are hot. I follow some of the animators on Twitter. Tattooed man, military, and straight guys are my generation's most viewed category. So basically anything masculine. We just talked about that earlier. We was talking about the whole gay music thing, and now that people want it in their adult cinematography. Have you seen Nico's interview of Raheem Shabazz? No, I haven't. I have not seen his recent review. I'll check it out, but no shade. Some of Nico's videos have kind of been irritating me as of late. When he had there was one video where he literally had to explain what something. I was like, wait, we're explaining what oh, nigga, what? Let me explain. Like when he had to explain MAGA, I was like, in 2026, you seriously about to explain to me what fucking MAGA is? When he was talking about Laverne Cox and that whole situation with her and the MAGA boyfriend, I had to turn that video. I was like, girl, you are starting to become irrelevant. No shade. The third person, the talking in the third person and some of the other stuff, I'm like, okay. I'm literally about to rip my hair out watching this video. So I had to turn him off. But shout out to Nico. But, you know, look, don't ask me no questions if you don't want to answer. Is what I'll say about certain people. But anyway, you know, I try so hard to keep my comments to myself, but it just be the diarrhea of the mouth. It just, you know. Anyway, so let's get into our final topic. And let's talk about this song that has come out by this guy named YG. So I came across this earlier. Apparently there's a guy named YG who has sparked some controversy for releasing a song about a trans woman. I believe the song is called Tiffany. And with the song, he basically reveals about the song. Okay, so it is called Tiffany. Where this woman comes out and he, I guess, meets a girl, takes her home, and then he finds out that she happens to be a trans woman. But people are accusing him of being transphobic because it takes on this narrative of a trans woman deceiving him on not disclosing her trans identity to him until I guess maybe I think maybe you must have just watched The Crying Game and you was inspired by that scene and decided to write a whole song around it. So of course it sparked some backlash for people on social media. So shout out to Gay Magazine for this story that I want to bring up to y'all. So yeah, so fans are reacting to rapper YG's track Tiffany from his recently released album The Gentleman's Club. Now in the song, he tells the story of a man named Chris. Why I gotta be my name? Named Chris, who meets a woman in a club and takes her home. After discovering that she is transgender, he responds with violence, sparking conversation and criticism from listeners online. So now I want to give y'all a taste of what the song sounds like, and then we'll come back and we'll talk. Please hold.
Rapping.
But the premise of the song is
okay, so I will say this. Production-wise, the song is good. Lyrically, I'm like, what the fuck was that? Them lyrics was a chop, no shade. And so I'm gonna read y'all what some of the comments said before we get into this clip, and then I got the Hope Giselle clip that we're gonna bring up because I haven't heard this clip, so I don't know if this guy's gonna say something transphobic or if he's gonna say something that is going in and letting have on YG and that lazy ass lyrics that he put in that tight ass song. And so, Sunky Angel 334 said, "Wait, what?" Hope Giselle said, "Child. Anyway, y'all going to church tomorrow, or we taking the month off?" T.S. Madison posted this GIF of like, I had to reenact it because I can't show y'all. Another person said, "Well, YG, why don't we look around LA for a studio where we can drop some beats?" Jerome Trammell, YG, I'm like, what? I'm a trans woman. Unplug the mics. Another person said, "Leave us alone. It's 2026. The girl don't have to reveal anything. You knew, like you always do, or like y'all always do." And I was going to say that. It's like a lot of times, y'all sit up here trying to act like y'all don't know when you getting with the dolls. Y'all know. And what irritates me about this is I feel like that song and the controversy that's surrounding it, and I'm glad that people like myself and others are talking about it. And I hope more trans people, like, I don't know if T.S. Madison has talked about it on Fag Talk or whatever, because I know she just put a video out the other day. But I don't know, so I don't know if she's addressed it yet. But when we keep having these type of conversations, stop always shrouding it in, you were duped, you had no idea that these trans women were out here being their authentic selves. There was a recent story that I heard of. I can't remember the young lady's name, but there was some girl who was just walking down the street minding her business. Guys clocked her, harassed her, and ended up taking her own life by pow-powing her a few times, making it rain with bullets in her body. So there'd be people out here that just be minding their business and living their life, and here y'all go with this bullshit of, I'm going to take your life because I don't like what you stand for because of whatever rhetoric of you not liking the fact that you see someone who used to be a man is a woman now, and you're attracted to that, and you don't know how to handle that type of whatever feelings, what type of your dick twitching or whatever it is that got you excited for these trans women. Because when these men running around talking about, I didn't know, I was duped, that's playing into the narrative with a lot of these transphobic ass women that be feeling like they're in competition with these trans girls, and it fits a certain narrative. And this type of song, to me, fits a narrative of bullshit that y'all are pushing forth that causes harm amongst trans women who just out here trying to live their damn life as their authentic self. So I think it was that Amaya Scott wrote this. So she said, "Leave us alone. It's 2026. The girl didn't have to reveal anything. You knew, like y'all always do. Y'all know exactly where to find us and seek us out all the time. More than likely, you had an encounter and probably put out this song because she threatened to go public and you want to get ahead of it." That might be, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what she's saying might be a fact. Another person said, honestly, as a black trans woman, it's draining to be the topic of everyone's conversation every single day. The world gets so bored and say trans, which they know comes with outrage, clicks, and views. Reality is we make up only 1% of the world. Leave us alone. Gosh. Another person said the lyrics and delivery sound so childish. He must have ran out of inspiration. So yeah, I just wanted to read y'all a couple of those comments. And yeah, that could be there could be some truth to that, and the whole thing I said it sounds so childish with all the other stuff. Another person said, I really want to play devil's advocate and say that the song wasn't meant to be negative, but bring awareness to these celebrities, make it hard for me to even make that argument. But no, if you're gonna bring awareness to something like this, then maybe the conversation should be about how a guy falls in love with a trans girl, but because of societal pressures and the fact that you weren't about what everybody thinks and this, that, and the other, that's why you couldn't be together. So if you really want to get into the deepness of a trans versus cis male a trans woman versus cis male relationship and the baggage that comes with that, the overall societal pressures and things of that nature, if you want to do it in a nuanced way, in a more mature way, instead of automatically taking the lazy way out, which is let me recite violence, let me go in and wish violence on somebody or react in a physical manner because you want to make it seem like you were lied to because you thought you was going home with a biological woman, and then you come to find out you went home with Dill from the Crying Game. So let me play this clip where it said, why do you try a song about a trans woman? I haven't heard this clip, so I don't know what it's going to bring, but we're going to listen to what this person has to say, and we're going to come back and talk.
A man meets a shorty at the club, takes shorty home, you know what I'm saying, finds out she's a trans woman, and the man gets violent towards the woman. And I'm kind of split on how I feel about the song because it's like, I'm not a trans woman, so I don't really know like how a trans woman would be affected by the subject matter in this. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I do think that it's a conversation starter to bring awareness about the extreme violence that straight men put on trans women. And while I do think that bringing awareness to this is great, right? I don't know if I feel good saying that this should be happening. You know what I'm saying? Especially with YG being a man, a cishet man. You know what I'm saying? I do think that this is a great showcasing of his storytelling ability. And I think that that's something that he's always had before, you know what I'm saying? Even with like My Crazy Life, that is a beautiful showcasing of how talented he is as a writer and telling a story and painting a vision of what he's talking about in your mind. But the premise of the song,
well, unfortunately, he missed the mark with this damn song.
I think that he does the same thing on this as well. And really, I think the biggest issue with a song like this is not necessarily on YG's part. It's mostly just the audience. Because with a song like this, people are mostly going to be focused on the fact that, surprise, it's a trans woman. You know what I'm saying? Niggas making jokes about, she pulled out the same thing as you got. You know what I'm saying? And not really taking this kind of shit seriously. But this is a very serious situation. And you can tell by the beat that he chose to talk on, to rap on, excuse me. Very somber, very solemn, and he's very emotional in it. You know what I'm saying? You can really feel the frustration, the anger, the fear in every bar, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I feel like this song wasn't made with like malicious intent or to poke fun of the subject matter. I genuinely think that he wants to bring awareness to it and make niggas think about it and reaching an audience that might not think about the well-being of trans women or the violence that trans women face. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I think that he does the same thing on this as well. And really, I think
okay, so since he's not a trans woman, he can't speak on it. I did find a trans woman who spoke on it, and that's none other than Hope Giselle. So let's go over to her Instagram and hear what Miss Mamas had to say about this song, Tiffany, and said how she don't feel like, yeah, it's not as simple as people are making it. So let's hear what she had to say, and then we'll come back and we'll discuss even more.
Okay, so I have been sitting with this YG song, Tiffany, and I think that what makes this conversation so difficult is that there are two truths living in the same room, right? The first truth is that art is supposed to make us uncomfortable. Art has always been a vehicle for telling ugly stories and exposing ugly truths and forcing people to confront parts of themselves that they would rather hide, right? Every story isn't supposed to have a perfect ending and every character isn't supposed to be a hero. I understand that. But I also understand that some people are listening to this song and saying, well, Hope, he's just showing the reality. He's just showing what some men think. And sure, maybe that's what he's doing. But here's the second truth. You don't get to separate the message from the audience that's receiving it. And that's where the conversation starts to get real. Because if YG was an independent artist making experimental music for a niche audience of people who were trained to dissect social commentary, we might be having a different conversation. But that's not what we're talking about. What we are talking about is one of the most notable rappers in America. We're talking about a man whose audience is largely made up of Black men. We're talking about a community where anti-trans rhetoric already exists, where the jokes about trans women already exist, where violence against trans women already exists, and it is accepted, right? Where Black trans women are disproportionately assaulted and murdered. And when you create a story where a man's attraction to a trans woman is immediately turned into thoughts of violence, you can't pretend that that story exists in a vacuum. Because some people are going to hear social commentary and other people are going to hear validation. And that's the part that's concerning, right? Not because I think that every listener is violent, but because I know that every listener is not thoughtful. Some people consume art critically, some people consume art literally. And when you are speaking to millions of people, you have the responsibility to understand the difference. And I think that that's what's irresponsible here, especially when the group is already being discussed and they're already vulnerable and attacks are happening from left and right. But what's keep bothering me is that Black trans women are once again being asked to absorb the risk so that everybody else can have the conversation. We're expected to be the case study, the plot twist, the lesson, the controversy, all at one time. And we're sick of being the teachable moment. Meanwhile, the ones who have to walk right into the real world when the song ends is also us. We're the ones who have to wonder whether the man who is smiling at us today is going to feel embarrassed about us tomorrow. We're the ones that are going to have to calculate our safety before disclosure. We're the ones who live with the consequences when attraction turns into resentment. And before somebody says, well, the song ends with Tiffany being humanized. Okay, cool. But a lot of people ain't going to even make it to the end of the song. A lot of people haven't listened to the end of the song. A lot of people are only going to remember the violence before they remember the humanity. And that's not me being dramatic. That is me understanding how culture works. The question isn't whether IG or YG intended harm. The question is whether the potential harm is worth the conversation, because the intent and the impact have never been the same thing. And if we're being honest, Black trans women have spent generations paying the price for things that people swear they never intended. And until y'all ready to have that conversation, I'll wait. Okay.
So yeah, she is absolutely correct in everything that she said. That yeah, there are people who take art critically, who can listen to the song and look at the nuances within the song, and then there are people who will take what they heard literally. There are certain buzzwords and things that they'll hear, or they'll go by like the clickbait or the sound bite or whatever it is, and then they'll just focus on that and not really look deeper into the conversation and really have those conversations. And when you also think about it, is like when you're predominantly like trans people being the litmus test of this whole situation, I totally get it. Where it's just like, I'm tired of always having to be the teachable moment or have to teach people about things that's going on in the world. It's like, why I always got to be the professor? Like sometimes I just want to go through my life and live it as seen fit. So I don't think I have any more to add, because I feel like Hope hit the nail on the head per usual in regards to what she had to say. But there's this one post that I saw in her comments that really hit home for me. And shout out to Enoch Brooks for this, and said, can I say this? Tiffany most likely is a biracial or white T woman, given how LA works. Yet the Black dark-skinned T woman will now spend yet another Pride Month ducking and hiding. Like, I don't know. I respect the art. However, this could have been such a teachable moment. I feel like he dropped the ball, especially given his audience. It's not enough to create anymore. You have to make space for every audience. And Hope responded by saying, this is the part of the conversation that I really want to have, because I think that this is the context that a lot of people miss these men make music or tell story times about women that look nothing like the women are going to be affected by their words or actions, and that's the scariest thing. And I think that's even more insidious, without me trying to blame anyone or anything that is non-black trans women know this as well, and they will completely abstain from being part of these conversations, because you don't hear the white tea girls coming out defending the black girls. I mean, if there is one, let me know. But for the most part, everybody knows the ones that get the bulk of the criticism and the abuse are the trans women of color. It's always the black ones that get the end of the stick. They're the ones that's out here misinforming and pulling stunts and being and not telling y'all the truth and stuff, when it's these white trans girls a lot of times that's doing the things that they want to project these things. But these men don't want y'all knowing not only they fucking the white girls when they get to a certain position, because we see it happening when it comes to a sense of status, where you see a lot of these black athletes, rappers, whatever you want to call it, they quickly run to the white girls. And on top of that, if they fetishizing, they run into the white tea girls and telling the stories from that point of view, but gonna put a black face on it. Or automatically, that's what a lot of, especially when you're in the hip hop space, that's automatically where the black listener is going to gravitate towards. If his listeners are black, but we already know when it comes to hip hop, a lot of the white kids are the ones out here listening to this. So I like the idea of you trying to do a story about being a heterosexual getting out here with a trans girl, but if you're going to tell the story, I feel like y'all gotta do a better job at trying to present the stories instead of putting it in a place where and I think that's where my fear came from, is that me thinking of it in a standpoint of, yeah, it's going to cause violence, because that's automatically where people gravitate when it comes to anything remotely within the LGBTQ community. The minute that somebody ain't disclosing to y'all or doing this, that, and the other, y'all automatically run to violence as the answer. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. This is definitely a nuanced conversation. I definitely want to hear from you all in regards to this story and your overall thoughts, whatever they are. Let me know in the comments down below. So not you talking about Tiffany by YG. Why wouldn't I'm like, yeah, why wouldn't I? He said either way, Chris wanted that TS cooch. He said Chris ain't nobody but YG. Yeah, that's the other Chris Chan. I said, oh, why I gotta be my name? He probably did want that cooch. And then now that you've been exposed, or maybe she threatened to spill your tea. Now that would have been a part of the conversation that should have been in the rap. But I don't think he was gonna put that part out there. It's like, oh yeah, so maybe he was acting a fool or whatever the case was, because y'all don't be trying to tell the whole damn story. Y'all want to play the victim. Oh, she didn't disclose. Oh, she disclosed, because like it was said many a time with the trans girls who mess around with these men. The men know where to go. When Mr. C was running around on 14th Street with them T girls and all the other stuff, he knew, may he rest in peace. He knew where to go. They know where to find the dolls. Trust and believe. A lot of these men do. So and I don't want to be out here spilling nobody's tea, but since y'all put it out there, we're going to talk about it. A lot of times these men know exactly what they're doing, where they're seeking, what they're looking for. Y'all see that first season of Pose when what's his name, Evan Peters, drove his car down to the pier, knew exactly where he wanted to get with, went down there and found Angel. Wanted to live in the whole shrouded white picket fence with the nice house and the wife and the dishwasher and the kids and all that other stuff, but also wanted to have his little rendezvous with the T girl. So the men know. They just like playing dumb. So we just gotta, art, I love the fact that, art is supposed to invoke conversation, but people, we got to do better in the conversations in which we have, or some of the conversations that y'all bring up. So on that note, almost 4.5 hours in, we are finally done with today's show. I want to thank you. Maybe I gave you all this much because tomorrow I'm going to be on. I'm going to be working the Bleachers concert, but I'll be back on Wednesday with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Hit that like button, subscribe, smash the notification bell, hit the hype button. Also follow my Patreon, which is down in the description below. Follow the Patreon for any more exclusive content that you will not be getting on the YouTube. As I said before, I'll see you guys in 2 days. So love you for watching. Thank you for your continued support. And until next time, ciao, darlings.